Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's it going? I'm good. I'm good. I just hope. I just hope that everybody is having a lovely morning. Inzenjani? Sure? Okay, good morning. Sun morning. Ninjani.
2, 3, 4.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6,
2,
7, 8,
2.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I think that's how we are winning this division. When I speak, I really, really love to be here. So,
2, 2, 1, 2.
testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing the mic 1, 2. Mic 2. Mic 2. Testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing the mic 1, 2. I remember. Testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing the mic 1, 2. Mic 2, mic 2 lo. Mic 2 lo ngilobe ngutesta bethu angazi noma uyangizwa noma ku right. Testing the mic 1, 2. Oh yeah. Testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. I remember. I'm testing the mic 1, 2, 1, 2. Praise the Lord. I'm testing the mic, 1, 2. I'm testing the mic, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Testing the mic, 1, 2. Kube? Okay, I'm testing the mic. Like, ngayishintsha the mic noma? Go right to fix our mic 2. I'm testing the mic, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is mic 3. Yes. This is mic 3 and I'm testing it. Testing the mic, 1, 2, 2. Testing the mic, 1, 2. And this is mic 3. Ngiqhubeke ngikhulume. Ngimemeze mfethu, phela ngisengamemeze. Oh.
Hi, you whispering like you whispering.
Engathi sisuke. Okay, mfethu yazi manje mfethu nawu lokuthi ngikhulume mfethu lana. So on my phone. Sure. Where can I put this? La. Testing, testing.
Ah ouais?
Testing, mic 4, mic 4. Lana ngiyatesta mfethu mic 4. That's our own peak. No, yeah, peak. Testing mic 4, mic 4. Ngikhuluma intende? Okay. Angazi noma uyangithola manje noma kwenzakalani kodwa mina angizizwe nje la. Yabo. Kodwa ke ngiyawuthesta. Oh mic 4. Angazi noma uyangithola noma ungithola noma kwenzakalani. Yabo. Ufuna lobe ngikhuluma nawe. Angazi noma uyangithola noma ungithola noma kwenzakalani. Kodwa ke ngikwazi ukuthi ngitesta mic 4, mic 4. Testa futhi kwangampela. Kwangampela. Right.
I think I should put them here.
Yeah.
For Prof to see. Oh, guys, I don't need to address you with them. I know. You guys can see that we're running on replay. We'll put that 12 documents, and then we'll just use this one. Because the sound is...
Sound is sounding.
The sound goes down.
The sound is soundless when we make the place doorless.
Hi, Mama. Come in.
ICS now.
No aids, no objectives. As a result,
Do you need a laptop?
No, a laptop.
So you only need it for the presentations?
well, like for a small desk,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only for the presentation, so I can email and whatnot from now until. Why is that joiner on Zoom? I didn't understand this. Why is joiner on Zoom? You have like a laptop. What difference does it make? Or for us? I was doing this for Prof to see that all the bios are here, but I think it's gonna miss him. Let me just take him. Uzongena esendiza la. Ile other ngisho, I tried to go and fetch my colleague's laptop, but I don't have access to the office for now.
Yes. I on the mic.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is now 10 o'clock, so I think we can now start with our program. I'm just going to call Prof over so he can take over from me. Thank you.
Good morning. Are you all doing well so far? I'm sure that you had a wonderful weekend. Is there anyone amongst yourselves who has been able to get something from July? Please make sure that you share that money with me, okay? So let's continue with our summer school. I think now we are in day 7 now. Even though you had some breaks, but I think the rationale behind that break was for you to go and gain more energy, to reboost yourselves, isn't it? I'm hoping that no one took a reboost. Okay. Hi to everyone online. We've got a couple of candidates online, so hi to them. So the first we've got 2 presentations today. The first presentation will be on informal cities and the 4IR. And then the second presentation will be more on case studies. So we have Dr. Modiba online because the first presentation will be done online. We've got Dr. Modiba online who will take us through until to have first. He will take us through for until lunchtime, Doc. Yeah. So, but before we allow her to take us through, I think it's proper for me to formally introduce her. But even before I introduce her, I'm happy to say amongst some of you that we have got Professor Breaking with us here. All the way from King's College in London. So she has decided to be with us for the rest of the remaining days of the summer school. But I'm not going to introduce her for now until her session on Wednesday. But Prof, you are also welcome to contribute if ever there are instances where you feel that maybe you can contribute, because here we've got our emerging, or let me just say young scholars, who will also want to understand how to navigate these pathways in terms of how they can be able to produce quality PhDs. So I know that you have got a history in ensuring that people can produce quality PhDs. I'm not saying that because you were my mentor or my supervisor, but the fact that I was able to complete, it shows that you can supervise a PhD. Okay, colleagues, let me introduce Dr. Modiba to you. Dr. Mamokete Modiba is a senior researcher at the Gauteng City Regional Observatory, a partnership between University of Johannesburg, University of Witwatersrand, Gauteng Provincial Government, and organized local government in Gauteng, which is SALGA. Doctor holds a BSc honors, MSc and PhD degrees in town and regional planning from the University of Witwatersrand. She is a thematic lead for the Inclusive Economics Research Program, a joint initiative of the GCRO and Gauteng Provincial Government Department of Economic Development. The program develops and implements a research agenda that enhances the understanding of city regions' economy and enables effective policies and strategies for inclusive economic growth and development. With a background in urban planning, her research interests span across a variety of areas, including local economic development, urban governance, informal and township economies, economic inclusion of marginalized groups. She is mainly interested in dynamics of the informal economy, particularly its governance and the interface between state and informal actors. Let us welcome Dr. Modiba. Over to you, Dr. Modiba.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that warm welcome. I would have loved to join you in person at UKZN, but unfortunately, due to other pressures, I was unable to join you. But I'd like to thank you, Prof. Mieni, and the UKZN team for inviting me to share some of the insights that I have on informal economies, or informal cities, and for IR. Let me share my presentation. Maybe just before I even start, I think it's worth saying, as Prof has already mentioned, that I work for the Gauteng City Region Observatory. The kind of work that we do as the GCRO is really understanding the region. That would be the Gauteng province. I hope I'm audible. You can hear me. So we are interested in understanding dynamics of the Gauteng province, particularly issues around the economy, the environment, quality of life, and a whole lot of dynamics that we can then use to feed into policy development for the Gauteng province. If you will allow me, colleagues, can I switch off my camera? It's a bit disturbing to be presenting while my camera is on. I'll switch it back on once I finish with the presentation, if that's okay.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see.
All right, that's great. So I thought I'd start off with just an outline of what I'm going to be covering in this lecture. So first of all, I'll be going into the key question that I was asked to reflect on, and then I'll give a broad context of cities in the global south. and some of the aspects of 4IR and the informal city. I'll also be taking you through a continuum of responses to informal cities, particularly looking at how government understands and responds to informal cities, with a look at, they focus mostly on repression and how that continuum can go to inclusion of informal cities. I'll share with you the research that I have done on the governance dynamics of informal cities, but particularly focusing on hybrid governance models of informal trading in the Gauteng province. And then look at the political economy of how cities develop, how the informal and the formal cities are produced and reproduced over time, and using the concept of uneven development in reflecting on South Africa broadly, but more in particular in the Gauteng province. As I've said, a lot of the work that I do focuses on Gauteng, so you'll see a lot of Gauteng examples and a lot of Gauteng insights coming up. And then looking at the dynamics of informal and formal areas in the Gauteng province, as well as how we can use some of 4IR innovations in order to bridge the gap. What are the possibilities and what are the challenges that 4IR presents in trying to bridge the gap between the two? I'll also be looking at 4IR innovations examples in the Gauteng province, but also looking at what I found interesting in other contexts as well. But I will not dwell too much on that because I'm sure there's a lot more that will come from the participants here online and in the room as well in terms of what other innovations have they seen in terms of bridging the gap between the informal city and formal metropolises. And then a conclusion in terms of what I think, particularly from the Gauteng perspective and context, how can we use 4IR in terms of bridging the gap? Can we use it? How do we use it? What are some of the possibilities? So in terms of the key question that I was asked to reflect on, it is a very difficult question, which is how can 4IR assist the global South countries in bridging the gap between the informal cities and formal metropolises. And while I was reflecting on this question, I thought it could frame the discussion to look at what are some of the components of 4IR, as well as what are the components of informal cities. But then I thought perhaps it's useful to start off with a broad context of how cities are doing in cities of the global South. What are the contextual issues? What context are we seeing in cities of the global South? And this is not to say, of course, that all cities of the global South are homogeneous. Of course, we understand there's a lot of variations and differences between cities of the global South. But these are just some of the broad contextual issues that we can reflect on. So in terms of the current context that we find ourselves in, we find that cities of the global South are rapidly urbanizing, and this is causing a lot of opportunities as well as a lot of issues for cities. For instance, rapid urbanization results in population growth. Population growth puts a lot of strain on infrastructure that has been developed in cities. For instance, we're finding a lot more people coming into cities and the housing market not being able to respond. Climate change, I mean, recently we have been, there's been a lot of focus on the just urban transition, where cities are really trying to find ways in order to mitigate climate change consequences. And I think we've seen, I think a lot of people will remember in 2022 when exactly where you are in in KZN, Durban particularly, there were floods which had massive socioeconomic and other kinds of impacts on the city. We're also looking at these technological developments that are happening. But we are also finding that there's a lot of issues in terms of socioeconomic issues, where a lot of people coming into cities with the expectation that they are going to find jobs and live in areas that are in close proximity to opportunities. But unfortunately, because of the way that cities are, they're not able to accommodate everyone. They're not able to give opportunities to everyone. So you're finding a lot of people coming into the city, but then being faced by poverty and unemployment and all those other issues. The coexistence of prosperity and despair in cities is also evident, where, for instance, you find that there is a high-end settlement that is in close proximity to an informal settlement. And those are just some of the disparities in spatial terms that we see in cities of the Global South. Unequal access to resources, as I've already mentioned, the triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and also issues around marginalization, both in terms of spatial marginalization, but as well as social, in terms of the marginalization of excluded groups, for instance, women and people with disabilities, as an example. And we're looking in this session at how can for the fourth industrial revolution be a solution to some of these current context issues that I've just spoken to. What we want to be seeing is creating cities that are just and inclusive, and cities that can create employment for majority of their citizens, empower them socioeconomically, in a sense that they would get access to opportunities, both economic and social, equitable distribution of resources and opportunities between and within different spatial segments, and between different groups of society. Improved and efficient governance. We know that there's a lot of issues in terms of the capacity of the state to govern. So can we use 4IR as a solution to improve those capacity and capability issues of the state, as well as the other stakeholders that engage in city development? So in that way, increasing or improving the responsiveness of cities. And can we really use 4IR as a way to bridge the gap between formal and informal areas? Just in terms of understanding the 4IR concept, because I think there's a lot that is associated with 4IR. And I remember when it was first introduced, a lot of us were really worried that, it means that machines and robots are going to be taking our jobs. And I think there's still that understanding in some segments of society. But I think once you speak about 4IR, there's a lot of key dynamics or key aspects that come into play. For instance, this idea of robotics, artificial intelligence. If you think about things like ChatGPT, which is making things a lot easier for people to do. I think a lot of the students now are even lazy to do their own literature review. They just plug into artificial intelligence and it generates a lot of information. And I think that's also something that 4IR has been able to assist. Whether that's a good thing or not, I think it's up for discussion. Issues around digitization, connectivity, the interaction between humans and machines, automation, and as well this idea of improved capacity in an efficient way. So just in terms of what is happening in South Africa, I think in 2019 or so, President Ramaphosa spoke about his dream of this smart city where there is connectivity between a variety of things, an efficient way of doing things. Public transport is improved to ensure that people who live on the peripheries can be able to access opportunities in these areas of opportunities and all of that. And this idea came about because of the realization that cities are urbanizing. A lot more people are coming into cities such as Johannesburg, such as eThekwini, such as Cape Town. And we need sustainable solutions in order to make sure that cities are responsive in dealing with those increased pressures. Just a little bit of detail in terms of this idea of digitization and the future of work, because I think this is one of the main issues that come up when you look at dynamics of 4IR, where a lot of the researchers are saying automation and digitization of work has a lot of implications, whether good or bad, for cities. Especially if we look at the future of work, it requires a new way of doing things, or at least an innovative way of doing things. It's not business as usual, but it's business unusual. And I think in the South African context, we've been a little bit perhaps lagging in terms of getting onto the 4IR wagon. But I think COVID-19 and its containment measures in 2020 really pushed us as a country to start thinking about what are some of the ways in which we can use 4IR as a way to compete globally, as a way to better the way in which we do things. And as well, we saw a lot of people who were mainly working in the formal sector, being able to work from home and do some form of remote learning. So as opposed to going into the lecture halls, lecturers had to find ways in order to teach students while they're at home. And I think that created an opportunity as well as some challenges in terms of how we then participate in this space. In terms of employment, more specifically, we're seeing a lot of new and emerging jobs in this space of 4IR. There's opportunities for young people particularly to then start inserting themselves into this space. But as well, we're seeing a threat to existing jobs in the labor market. And it's requiring us as a country and perhaps as the Global South to start thinking about ways of changing employment patterns and ways in which we gain skills and we keep on reskilling and retraining ourselves in order for us to be able to participate and be efficient in this context. We're also seeing opportunities as well as challenges in terms of using 4IR as a tool to include vulnerable populations. For instance, the ability to access digital tools and platforms is in some cases very difficult to do. So they get excluded from those from participating. Just in terms of understanding the informal city, I think there's a lot that has been written and a lot of research on informal cities because informality characterizes a lot of African cities, or rather cities of the Global South. And I think in most instances, when we think about informal cities, we mainly think of them in physical terms. So if you look on this slide, I have put together some images of how we think about informal cities, particularly in the physical sense in cities of the Global South. So one of the key aspects would be some form of informal structures within quite formalized areas. For instance, in what we call townships in the South African context, which I'll elaborate on later on in the presentation, you find that there are township houses which have been created, developed by the state and given to people. But then in those, you can say they are planned human settlements. In those planned human settlements, you find that there's a level of informality that starts springing up where people build backyard shacks that they can then use as a way to accommodate extended family members or lease them out for rentals. We also have areas in cities of the Global South, particularly in the South African context, where we've got in planned settlements, if you are familiar with the Gauteng context, areas like Berea, areas around like Hillbrow, where they used to be inhabited by the white middle class during apartheid, but recently a lot of African migrants and migrants from other provinces within South Africa in search of better economic activities have moved into these areas and occupied flats that have been abandoned for various reasons. They've hijacked these buildings and they live in those buildings with a lot of issues. And if you were following, or if you're following news on what is happening in the Gauteng province, there was a case, I think it was last year, where one of these bad buildings or these hijacked buildings was caught fire, and it killed a lot of people. It's not the same building that I've put up here, but I'm just giving an example of some of the issues that are related to informal settlements, which spring up as a response to some of the planned for where I'm pointing, you'll see that there's some form of economic activity here, perhaps a mall or something, or factories. And you see that a lot of people have actually started creating structures in this settlement here to sort of be able to tap into those opportunities that are offered by this area, which is in close proximity. And then if you think about informal settlements in the South African context, where you have shacks that are developed either next to planned areas, or they might be in the peripheries, but it's a way of people to insert themselves into the urban context and be able to tap into socioeconomic opportunities that these areas present. So I've also included some of the informal economic activities, the most common one being informal trading in Gauteng, and I'm sure in other cities of the Global South as well, particularly African cities, and the taxi industry, as well as an example of some of the dynamics that we can think about when we think of informal cities in the Global South. And then just in terms of also understanding some of the key aspects of informal cities, as I said in the previous slide, we mostly think of the physical environment or the physical state of informal cities, but there's all these other aspects that make up informal cities. For instance, the structural dimensions, the political, social, institutional, economic, and the governance aspect. And as I said, I'm going to be giving an example of one of the governance dynamics which make up the informal city. So in terms of some of the responses to the informal city that we see in cities of the Global South, is that there is this increased focus on repressing informal cities, because they are seen in bad light. They are seen as the contributor of crime and crime. So the default for government officials is, how do we get rid of informal cities? How do we make sure that we plan in such a way that in our planning we curb, or if possible, we completely destroy or remove informal cities? So we see this manifesting in the form of law enforcement, which is the dominant mode of how officials deal with informal cities. We see a lot of cleanup campaigns, particularly when dealing with informal street trading or informal economic activities, with officials harassing the actors in the informal economy, as well as confiscating their goods. And then we move through this continuum, and I think the desired position within the continuum would be, how do we find ways in order to include? How do we find ways in order to make sure that we create, in as much as these informal cities exist, how do we find ways of ensuring that they function better and they contribute better to the economy, and they are an active part of the urban environment? So this is not mostly achieved in a lot of cities of the Global South. In terms of the informal economy, if one were to move to this side of the continuum, we would really appreciate the significant role that the informal economy plays, but not just the informal economy, as well informal settlements and informal dwellings, the kind of socio-economic issues that they try to address and succeed in addressing as well. And also finding ways of ensuring that how do we improve the quality of life of those that live in formal cities and participate in the informal city. As I said, I am going to be sharing the governance dynamic, and this is work that I did for my PhD I submitted in 2021. And it was looking at the 3 metropolitan municipalities in the Gauteng province and trying to understand how informal trader leaders participate in the governance of street trading in those metropolitan municipalities. For those of you who don't know, it is the city of Johannesburg, the city of Tshwane, and the city of Ekurhuleni. And if you know the context of Gauteng, you know that Gauteng is the epicenter of the South African economy. That is where a lot of economic activity happens, in as much as it is a small area in comparison to the other provinces, but that is where a lot of people live and a lot of economic activities are happening, which is why a lot of us who were born in other provinces have actually moved to Gauteng for better economic opportunities. I think in terms of just understanding these dynamics, there is mostly negative perceptions around informality, as I've already alluded in the previous slide, and we are constantly looking for ways to formalize, constantly looking for ways to eradicate and to move the formal into the informal into the formal. And that obviously has an impact in terms of how we start thinking and understanding ways in which we can make things better in cities. And in some instances, you find that informality exists as a creation of the state. So Yuftachel speaks about this idea or this concept of gray zones, which are spaces that sit on the border of what is legal, what is illegal, or what is formal and informal. You can't really tell from just looking and saying, I can classify this as formal. There is a gray zone in between formal and informal. And we really need to understand those dynamics if we are to start thinking about what innovations we can start thinking about in order to change the status quo. This is a state where the state doesn't really accept or deny these gray areas, and it leaves them in constant state of uncertainty. So for instance, if you think about informal settlements. So in the South African context, we've got what is called the upgrading of informal settlements initiative. So people will go find a place that is vacant, start putting up shacks there. And the government, because it understands that people they cannot be accommodated in other areas, then it finds ways of addressing that trend. In some instances, the state comes in and provides, infrastructure and services to make sure that at least those people, in the meantime, while they're still looking for long-term solutions, they have access to infrastructure and services such as sanitation and water and electricity. So those are just some of the ways in which the state is not really accepting nor denying these gray zones that exist in the urban environment. And in some instances, you find that the state also recognizes some of these informal or gray areas and adopts the informal practices as a way for them to cope and add it onto the capacity to govern cities. So looking at hybrid governance of street trading in the Gauteng province, as I've said, I looked at 3 metropolitan municipalities and the structures that were in place between, or the relationships that were created between the informal trader leaders and the state. So in all these metropolitan municipalities, there was a realization that the state alone cannot be able to manage and govern street trading. It was just too prolific for the state alone to do the work. So the state initiated platforms which would act as governance platforms where common decisions or agreed decisions could be made about how to govern or manage informal trading in cities. And one way of doing that was to delegate some of the state powers to the informal traders leaders. And that was ensuring that they include them in the allocation of trading spaces, because that's one of the issues that is currently facing municipalities, is that they are finding it very difficult to allocate trading spaces because they don't really understand the dynamics on the ground. So including the informal trader leaders made sure that they've got local knowledge and understanding of what's happening on the ground so that they can be able to allocate accordingly. And then this aspect where traders were delegated some of the official duties, which is to allocate trading spaces. They would go on site and identify areas that were suitable for trading spaces. But the arrangement was that once they identify those spaces, they would then consult with the municipality to say, these are some of the areas that are available, and then make recommendations to the municipality. But the municipality, the local officials, would be the one to make the final decisions in terms of whether to proclaim those areas as informal trading sites and whether to allocate people. But the inclusion of these leaders into this governance arrangement actually led them to then start extending the delegated role and doing something else that was not agreed upon. So they started creating their own waiting list and approving people for allocation, even before the municipality could come in and declare an area street trading friendly. They would do that, and then after that facilitate a process to ensure that that site is passed as a street trading location, and then allocating people and formalizing them as people that would then trade and be recognized by the municipality as street traders in that particular location. So in this way, we saw street trader leaders who acting as the state in some instances, because they became the first point of contact with prospective traders. So if I am looking for a trading space, instead of approaching the municipality directly, I would have to go through the trader leaders in order to start the process. And officials would just play the oversight role. And then in terms of how that played out is that, as I said, the trader leaders then started doing their own things and, allocating trading spaces without the knowledge or the approval of the officials in some instances, because they have access to some of the documents that officials use in order to formalize informal trading. They would issue fake trading licenses and permits to prospective traders, of course, for a fee that would be paid out for them in order to give you that fake license. And then they use that as a basis to lobby the state to accommodate the informal trader that they allocated. They also then started abusing their powers and threatening to take away the trading licenses of certain traders or the spaces where they are trading if these traders do not pay membership or protection fees. So in some instances, you find trader leaders who go on site and start claiming protection fees or membership fees from informal traders. And if you don't pay, you run the risk of losing your trading license or even the space where you are trading, which of course, it opens up a whole lot of issues for you, for instance, harassment by the police or them taking your stock and confiscating it. So we're seeing how this idea of, or this arrangement of governing with or through leaders, in some instances, it actually improves the capacity of the state to govern, and it also empowers the leaders to be able to find pragmatic solutions to some of the management issues in the streets. But of course, we're also seeing a blurring of boundaries between who is considered to be a state actor and who is not a state actor. Because I think if you look at the way in which these traders were part and parcel of the state apparatus, they could be considered as both the state, but as well, they're still non-state actors because they're not really employed by the state, even though they have, in some instances, they've been allocated offices where they can work, and they also get a monthly stipend for some of the work that they're doing as delegated by the officials. But then, as I have alluded in the previous slide, there's also this dark side of empowering these leaders. You start creating these small bosses who are able to extort money from, relatively poor people and forging official documents so that they can have power over the allocation process. So I think with that understanding of the informal governance dynamics that are evident in cities of the Global South, or in this case, the Gauteng province, I think this concept of uneven development is quite useful in trying to explain what are some of the mechanisms that create informal or underdeveloped areas in the South African context, particularly, but more in Gauteng specifically. I think there is this assumption that informal cities are underdeveloped, or informal areas are underdeveloped because of a limited participation of their residents in the economy. But when we look at the capitalist mode of production, we see that there are many aspects which reproduce the social and spatial inequality, which renders certain areas informal and other areas formal, other areas developed and others underdeveloped. So uneven development is a concept that Smith introduced in the 1990s to explain how the capitalist mode of production works and how it translates into socioeconomic and spatial dynamics that we are seeing evident in cities of the Global South. For instance, we're seeing how developers in most instances would choose to locate, or even investors, they would choose to invest in areas that are already established economic zones. So for instance, as opposed to going to townships and investing and constructing in townships, they prefer to invest in areas that are already established as economic zones, like Sandton, for instance. And that kind of practice manifests in leaving the poor areas underdeveloped and entrenching already existing spatial divides that we see in cities. Uneven development also produces privileged and underprivileged spaces. As I've already said, that in investing in areas that are already economically established, you're already in that way disadvantaging areas which are lagging behind, which need resources to be put in order to make sure that they can also play a role in the capitalist society. So one thing that we see also is the fact that informal cities are important for the development of formal cities. So the fact that we have areas that are informal within the urban context, it's also important in order to make sure that formal cities or formal areas continue to function in the way that they function. And I'll explain this a little bit more. The capitalist accumulation logic is that in the same ways in which wealth is produced, as I've said already, poverty is also produced. We're seeing a lot of spatial unevenness being created, this idea of the core and the periphery. So as I've said, areas like Sandton, which are really in the core and they already established economic zones, they continue to be, more established and developing, whereas areas in the periphery, which mostly houses people who are are poor, who are unemployed, they continue to be areas that are marginalized because of various issues. Because they are in the peripheries, they are away from socioeconomic opportunities. So it becomes difficult for the residents to be able to participate in the economy and contribute meaningfully to the economy. So in terms of more specifically what happened during the apartheid era in the South African context is that there was polarization between what was considered or what was developed as white areas as well as black areas. So you think of rural areas as well as townships, which really were a way for the South African capitalist system to function during the apartheid era, creating the separate development between white areas and black areas made sure that white areas were more developing while the townships and the black rural areas were lagging behind. So for those that are not familiar with the South African context, townships in this context would mean settlements that were planned during apartheid for Black African workers as a way to achieve racial segregation within cities. So Black and whites were not allowed to live in close proximity to one another or even in the same neighborhoods. They had separate neighborhoods where they lived. And the movement of Black Africans into urban areas was facilitated by legislation such as the Native Urban Areas Act and the Group Areas Act, which really emphasized racial segregation within cities. So each residential group area was separated by a physical buffer, such as a river or a ridge or whatever physical buffer, in order to make sure that white areas were at a distance from Black African settlements. But even then, in that segregated development, there was a logic in order to ensure that the settlements, the Black African settlements, would be strategically located in close proximity such that they can be able to provide cheap labor. For instance, if you think about mining, because Gauteng is known for its mining economy, even though in recent years that is declining. But during apartheid, mining was booming, and a lot of Black Africans were coming into cities in search for employment in mining industries. And so the apartheid government developed Black African settlements at a distance from the white areas or from these areas so that they can be able to then get cheap labor from those settlements that would work in these mines and contribute to the economy in that way. But of course, the way in which these Black Africans were included into the economy was on quite exploitative terms. So during the 1980s, when the system of influx control was collapsing and we're seeing rapid migration of Black Africans, particularly into most of these metropolitan areas, there was an opportunity for migrants, particularly whether from other provinces in South Africa or even internationally, to start constructing what were considered illegal and informal forms of accommodation, usually in backyard shacks or usually in shack settlements. So informal settlements, they would live in informal settlements and that way be able to gain a foothold into the city and be able to tap into socioeconomic opportunities. And during this time as well, the state had started to reduce and at some point stop the production of township housing from the late 1960s. And of course, by stopping the production of township housing, this created or resulted in unmet demand for housing. So that then resulted in people having to find alternative ways of trying to accommodate themselves into the city. So at the GCRO, my colleagues, Christian, Tembani, and Graham, looked at dwelling type classifications and change over time between the period 2001 and 2016. And from this table, you can see that in terms of the dwelling type, what we are seeing is that in terms of formal dwelling types, there has been only a 38% change between 2001 and 2016. But when you look at informal housing structures and you look at backyard structures, and as I explained earlier, backyard structures would be those structures which you find in township settlements. So these township settlements would be planned settlements by the apartheid government, but then residents would then find a way of improving the structure or putting in another structure to make sure that at least they can accommodate external family members or lease that out for rental. You can see that for the informal housing structures, there was a 51% change between 2001 and 2016. But for backyard settlements, this was one of the major changes that we saw between this period. A 205% change between the two, meaning that a lot of people who are living in this township development and other areas as well that are formalized, they are finding ways of inserting informal kind of structures in their yards in order to deal with accommodation issues. There's also this concept of adverse incorporation, which explains how uneven development occurs and is sustained over time. So Hickey and Tutoit explain adverse incorporation as the process through which individuals or groups are partially or wholly excluded from the society in which they live, in a sense, by how unequal economic and power relations find a way of reproducing poverty and inequality in society. So they argue that it is not, uneven development is not caused by the lack of participation or the limited participation in the economy, but it is the extent to which people are included in the economy. So for instance, during apartheid, as I said, Black Africans were mainly residing in townships. They were only included in the economy as reserve labor. So that addresses the extent to which they are included in the economy. They were only included as reserve labor and on quite exploitative terms, while serving the goal of residential segregation. And then if you would remember when former President Thabo Mbeki spoke about this idea of the two economy thesis, the first and the second economy, the first being the formal economy and the second one being the informal economy, and that there was really no integration between the two economies. And as such, the desired goal would be for the informal economy to receive some form of intervention from government so that it can transition and integrate and formalize into the formal economy. But there was a lot of critique on that two economy thesis because, as we understand it, currently the formal and the informal economy are quite intertwined. And in some instances, you cannot really differentiate what is the first economy and what is the second economy. So there's an integration of the two economies as opposed to seeing them in dual terms. And then the solution is not simply the notion that by focusing a lot on transitioning the informal into the formal economy, will be able to eradicate poverty through growth. But what matters is what is the kind of growth that we are seeing and how are people being included into the economy, which will be able to start then addressing some of the uneven development that we are seeing in South African cities, particularly in the Gauteng province. Just to take you through some of the Gauteng context, informal versus formal areas, just so that you get a sense of what are the issues, some of the major issues that are evident between informal and informal areas. So this is a table that was also taken from, that was done by one of my colleagues, Bonolo. who was looking at the changes between night and day populations in particular places. So using day and night populations as a way to look at how populations change during the day. So to illustrate some of the spatial mismatch issues between townships as well as formal areas, which are economic spaces where they work. So from this table, you're seeing that, so this would be all the township areas, areas like Diepsloot, Katlehong, Atteridgeville, they would be the township areas. And the areas of economic activity would be areas such as Centurion, Sandton, Van der Bijl Park, and Midrand. And what you are seeing from this table is that at night, township populations are higher. They are higher than they are during the day. So if you look at, for instance, in Diepsloot, you've got about 140,000 population during the night. But when you look at the day population, you see that there's about 40,000 or so population that is subtracted from there because they go into areas of economic activity such as Centurion, Sandton to work during the day. So these township areas would temporarily lose some of these populations to these commercial, industrial, education and retail nodes. But of course, even though this happens, you still find that a lot of, the population is still remaining in townships during the day because some of them are children, some of them are students, some of them work locally, some of them are retired or unemployed people who stay in the township during the day. But when you look at these areas of economic activity, you see that during the night, it is the reverse trend of what's happening in townships. There's a lot less population during the night as opposed to during the day when you're seeing a spike in the number of population that moves into those spaces. So this just shows the kinds of differences between informal and formal areas. Another dimension that we looked at was this idea of unemployment and how it is distributed across the Gauteng city region. And we looked at the density of the unemployed in the Gauteng city region. And if you look at this map, you are seeing that in township areas like Mamelodi would be here, areas like Soweto, for instance, areas like Katlehong in the Ekurhuleni area, you're seeing that they show the highest concentration of unemployed people in the Gauteng province. And so when you look at the other areas, which would be areas of economic activity like Centurion, for instance, here, you're finding that there's barely any unemployed people there. So because there are areas of economic opportunities, of course, the density of unemployment would be relatively low as compared to the townships. But we're also seeing another trend, which is that unemployment is also concentrated in some inner city areas. Like if you think about the inner city of Johannesburg, in as much as it is an economic hub, we saw a lot of what you call capital or white flight just after apartheid, when a lot of firms then moved from the inner city and started locating in areas like Centurion and Sandton, for instance. So we're seeing levels of economic prosperity and extreme levels of poverty and unemployment coexisting in townships and some of these areas that we're seeing on the map. Also, another dynamic of these areas that you would call townships is that they are characterized by a lot of informal economic activity. So if you were to go into a township, you are more likely to see a lot of informal economic activities than formal ones. And so in this map, what we did was we used the Gauteng city region on every 2 years or so, we do what we called the quality of life survey, which is a survey that looks at the socioeconomic as well as other dimensions of how the Gauteng province fares in development terms. So we look at a lot of issues like unemployment. We look at issues around service delivery and satisfaction with service delivery. We look at environmental issues, etc., etc. And for this quality of life, which we did in 2017-18, we interviewed about 25,000 respondents across the whole province. And we asked the question in the survey, which asked, are you an owner of a business? And from the total number of respondents that we asked this question to, 13% said that they own a business. And when we looked at whether the business was in the formal or in the informal economy, we discovered that 60% of those businesses operate in the informal economy. And I think that just shows you the importance of the informal economy in the Gauteng province. But then when we asked people, those that said they own businesses, right? And we mapped those that said their businesses are in the informal economy. You're seeing the same trend that a lot of these informal, a lot of these people, owners people that reported owning businesses, they are located in the business. And at this point, or we cannot ascertain whether these businesses are located in the townships, but here we are mapping the owners of those businesses. So the owners would be located in the townships, and most probably the businesses would be also located in those townships. And you see, there's a notable concentration of these business owners in the townships. And as I said, this just shows the importance of the informal economy in township areas. Another dimension that we looked at was the economic impacts of COVID-19. So we did another study in 2020-21, and we asked a lot of questions that were related to COVID-19 at the time. We asked them, which of the following is true about your situation since March 2020? Have you lost a job? Have you had a salary or working hours reduced? Have you closed the business permanently? And from that, we are able to do a spatial representation of some of these dynamics. So this one here shows the lost job dynamic. And as you can see from the map, you see that a few areas were having more than 30%. So this would be areas around Katlehong, areas around Davidton here. They would actually light up, and those are your township areas. Areas around Winterfeld there. These would be township areas that are lighting up, which shows that a lot of people were reporting that they lost a job during March 2020. And as you can see from the map, this dynamic is mostly experienced, as I said, in the townships and in some of the peripherally located areas in the province. And then when you juxtapose the lost job dynamic with the salary and working hours reduced dynamic, you see that this is something that was experienced almost across the entire province. Of course, there are areas with where there are hotspots, where it's dark blue. And we see that the highest levels were observed in some of the wealthier parts of the province. So this is a reverse of what would happen in terms of lost the job. But we're seeing that those who were affected by salary reductions were mostly those that are living in the wealthier parts of the province, if you look at areas around Centurion. And I guess that makes sense, because if you're already in some form of formal employment and you're already earning higher incomes, it was more likely during that time that you are able to work, even though perhaps you wouldn't work the full hours, which is why you would have your salary reduced, but you still have a job that you still employed. So if you look at a side-by-side view of both the maps, if you can just look at the lost job and then now look at the salary and working hours, you see that the most severe effects have been felt in vulnerable communities. So those would be the townships and the low-income settlements. So showing, again, the disparities between informal and formal areas in the Gauteng province. So now getting into the 4IR innovations that would create a space or open opportunities for cities to be able to bridge the gap between informal cities and informal metropolises. I think also it was important to foreground what some of the issues are in terms of informal areas so that you have an understanding of what is possible in terms of 4IR innovations. And just in terms of some of the possibilities, I've been saying this and I am going to continue saying it. We're seeing that 4IR innovations improve the capacity of the state and its efficiency to do things, whether it's governance, whether it's creating opportunities, but it has a possibility of improving that capacity, capability, and efficiency. It also has a way of curbing or formalizing informality. What are some of the innovations that we can use in order to curb, depending on what your understanding of informality is and where you stand on that continuum of informal responses that I showed. Whether you think informality is a bad thing and it needs to be eradicated, you would obviously lean more towards how do we make sure that we keep the growth of informality, or we destroy anything that is informal so that we can focus our energies on creating formal settlements. But if you are more inclined towards the inclusion or the acceptance kind of position on the continuum, you think about how do we find ways of formalizing. And formalizing doesn't necessarily, in my own understanding, mean that we are taking an informal trader who's selling apples on the street and we're putting them into a building. But it is about how do you find better ways of ensuring, in as much as you're an informal trader, you can find efficient ways of doing business, as opposed to just sitting on a street corner and not being able to attract the customers that you need to attract in order to make a profit. It is about how do we make things better for you as an informal person, for you as a settlement that is informal. How do we find better ways of doing things? Improving access to digital infrastructure. And I think in Gauteng, I don't know how other provinces are faring in the South African context, but in Gauteng, there's a lot of emphasis and a lot of resources that are being put in place to make sure that internet access is a basic that people have access to. For instance, in some of the government buildings like clinics, like libraries, they've already started putting in Wi-Fi so that people can be able to access, internet by going to a government building, so that they can be able to access opportunities that the internet gives, because there's a world of opportunities that the internet exposes us to. We can also use 4IR innovations as a way to address red tape that is evident in a lot of municipalities. So how do we use it to make sure that we can find ways of doing business better? And I'll give you examples of some of the ways in which the city of Joburg has been able to, or is trying to find ways of easing the red tape in terms of informality. And then in terms of challenges, the threats that we cannot run away from, a lot of the jobs now are automated, meaning that there is an impact on the job market. A lot of people are losing their jobs, increasing unemployment because they do not have the skills in order to participate in this current context where 4IR is the way of doing things. So it also becomes pertinent then to start looking at what are some of the ways in which the labor force could be skilled to make sure that they can tap into opportunities that the 4IR context brings. So increasing income disparities and inequality, and then the inverse of improving access to digital infrastructure. In some instances, in some settlements, there is no infrastructure, no digital infrastructure that people can use in order to participate. A simple thing like access to a a smartphone. Some people don't have access to smartphones. They don't have access to the internet, and that makes it a lot difficult for them to participate and tap into the opportunities. And again, I think the other thing is that technology is advancing at a rapid scale. So in some instances, we're finding it very difficult to keep up with what is happening. And I think that's why we are in most cases, still left behind while China is doing all these amazing things. But in the South African context, we somehow lag behind, and we need to find ways of ensuring that we try and catch up so that we can also play in that platform. Also, in as much as 4IR can bridge the gap, it can also widen the gap between the formal and the informal economy, the area. So I'll use a couple of examples. I'm almost at the end of the presentation. I'm going to use a couple of examples just to give a sense of how 4IR innovations have been used in some contexts to be able to try and bridge the gap between informal cities and formal metropolises, or informal areas versus formal areas, underdeveloped areas versus developed areas, informal economies versus formal economies. So just as an example of some of the ways in which innovations can bridge gaps between the informal economy and the formal economy. So Kremambula and Conte look at some of the issues that are evident in the informal economy. So issues around regulation, there's red tape, the policies are not conducive for what is happening on the ground. They are more based on wishful thinking than what is actually happening on the ground. But how can we use 4IR as an opportunity to start thinking about different ways of doing things, looking at what other contexts have done, what other contexts have done in terms of regulation, so that people can be able to understand the regulations and comply with the regulations. So one of the examples here is that, one of the main issues that informal traders face is the fact that in as much as the regulations are there, they do not understand them, they do not have access to them. So there's a lack of knowledge in terms of what the regulation says. So if you were able to find ways of ensuring that you share information of regulatory tools with the informal traders so that they can educate themselves and understand what is allowed and what is not allowed, that would significantly reduce the way, or actually improve the way in which the governance, the street trading is governed in cities of the Global South. The issue around infrastructure and services, as you can just see from this image here, where you have people who are cooking in a very unhealthy environment. That is because there aren't infrastructure and services that are available to facilitate this kind of economic activity. And one of the ways in which 4IR tools can be used is thinking about being able to identify where such areas exist, and then being able to inform government based on evidence that there is certain in economic activities that are happening here, and therefore there's a requirement for ablution facilities or kitchen, kitchen facilities where they can actually cook their stuff and make sure that it's a clean and healthy environment where they can work. So such small things that we can use in order to be able to improve the way in which the informal economy is taking place in our cities. Another major issue is the issue of organization and representation. I think a lot of you will know that this issue is one of the most controversial issues in the informal economy, in that you've got some organizations that are representing or that claim to represent informal traders, but the representation is not really broad in terms of including other marginalized groups, for instance, migrants. So in Gauteng, you find that a lot of informal trader organizations are South African based. And if you're a migrant, it's either you start your own organization, which then finds it difficult to engage with the state on certain issues because they are marginalized. So this could also be an opportunity to use 4IR as a way to find how can they organize better? How can informal traders organize better and be able to represent themselves? There was a structure in the informal trading forum in Joburg where informal trader leaders were required to meet with the state. I think it was once a month, but it became unsustainable over time because the informal traders, in order to make an income, they need to be at their trading spaces, selling and making sales. But if they have to sacrifice 3 hours, 4 hours on a monthly basis to ensure that they meet with government and discuss issues that were not even being taken into account, it's a futile exercise. So would there be a way of ensuring that there are digital platforms where informal traders and the state could collaborate and meet and discuss issues virtually, perhaps, or find ways where they can log the issues in terms of, for instance, some of the infrastructure issues that exist in a particular location, take the state, take GPS coordinates, which can show the officials exactly where the problems are, and then be able to act. Those would be some of the ways in which we can deal with the organization and representation issues, creating ease of communication between the traders and the state, but between and among the traders themselves as well, to share issues and raise issues. Issues around entrepreneurships and skills development. This is a big one as well, because there's a lot of energy investment that goes into skills development for informal traders. But those types of trainings are not really something that is useful for the traders. I remember this other time we had a focus group with informal traders, and they were saying, some of these skills development initiatives or training initiatives, you find that officials bring in a service provider to teach informal traders how to pack apples. I mean, these are people who already know how to pack apples. Why would you take them through training that teaches them how to do that when they already know, they're already doing it on the street? But rather find ways of upskilling traders so that they can perhaps have financial literacy, how to record their books, how to make sales better, and those type of entrepreneurship skills, perhaps computer literacy, to make sure that they can be able to participate in the 4IR context. So those are some of the issues that 4IR can assist. They are quite basic, but I think they are critical in this context of development. So in Johannesburg, they have recently launched this digital platform where informal traders can register and apply for trading licenses electronically. So they would use their phones, smartphones, in order to just apply for a trading license. And this has proved to be efficient in some ways because it guides the municipality's interventions in terms of what kind of support is needed in the informal trade sector. And the idea was that this platform would also help in terms of improving service delivery, to be able to identify waste management, hotspots in the inner city where people are trading, so that the pick it up department, which is the waste removal company, would be able to determine which are the hotspots and how often they need to be, cleared out to ensure that the spaces where traders are working are actually healthy and clear and without waste. So, and also to identify, for instance, in a particular street where people are trading, are there any ablution facilities? Are there any storage facilities that traders can use in order to do their work more efficiently? This platform was also going to be used in order to support monitoring and evaluation of some of the products that are sold, and also be able to track. I think counterfeit is one of the issues that Gauteng is faced with. So be able to look at where counterfeit is mostly prominent and then find ways of dealing with that. And also be able to guide law enforcement that these are areas that have got a lot of issues that need intervention. And then guide government in that way. Another issue that the city was also faced with is the fact that in terms of reporting of what's going on in the informal trading sector, it was quite difficult to do before this introduction of a digital platform of application and permit approval. It was done manually. In some instances, there's no information on certain street. There's no information in terms of what is the size of the sector on particular streets in the inner city, and also just basic information of who's trading, what are they trading, where are they trading. That information was not there. But with this digitized platform, they are able to generate reports in terms of the informal trading sector. If you ask them, so how many informal traders are on a particular street, they would be able to generate that report quite easily based on this digitized platform. But of course, as you know, with the informal sector, it is evolving over time. And as much as you can capture the formal people or the legal people that are trading on the street, there will be maybe 10 others or even 100 others who are trading illegally or informally. So it is quite a changing and dynamic space, but at least there is some base information that is there to guide some form of intervention. And then another important issue is that with this platform, it also saves the informal traders time and money to be going up and down into the municipal offices and trying to make an application, but rather they can do it in the comfort of their own homes, or they can even do it at the stall. So if, for instance, if one is occupying a stall illegally meaning they haven't been given permission by the state to trade in that particular location, they can be trading but as well applying to be legalized at the same time. So that gives them enough time to do that, as opposed to catching a number of taxis and going into the municipal offices in order to do that. It also is a way for information sharing to then be done. But then also there's issues around access to 4IR infrastructure. As I said in the earlier slides, access to the internet, access to smartphones, access to things like laptops. It would make it difficult depending on your access to such infrastructure. It would make it relatively easy or difficult for one to be able to participate and actually register and apply for a trading license electronically. And this was also an issue during COVID, where traders were asked to apply for the licenses online, but a lot of them were unable to do so because they didn't have access to the infrastructure that was required in order to make those applications. Another innovation is the EKASI labs. EKASI is another word or another term for townships in the South African context. If you don't say townships, you say EKASI. These were areas or are areas that are created as micro innovation hubs. So within a particular location or township, there is a building that is dedicated to it's an innovation hub facility with internet access, with 4IR infrastructure that allows entrepreneurs from the local context, be it informal or formal, to come into that space and use that infrastructure in order to better their way of running their businesses and their way of doing things. Some people can even go into these areas into these facilities to apply for employment. Some people can go into these facilities as entrepreneurs to participate in online training sessions. So it's been a very innovative and useful thing to do in the township space. It also gives access to business support services. As I said, the internet, computers, people are able to access those and be able to do and participate in the economy. There's also mentoring support and business development support, how to do a business plan, financial statements and that sort of thing. They also include, co-creation facilities such as hot desking, training facilities and boardroom. If I'm a small business, whether in the formal or the informal economy, and I'm having a meeting with potential investors, I can book a boardroom where we can then sit with the investors and have our meeting, as opposed to taking them to my spaza shop, which is a local convenience center, which is in most cases built with, it's a shack. So instead of taking them to a shack, I can actually take them to a boardroom, which is being provided by this UKZN innovation. So that would be some of the examples in the township space, to make sure that at least entrepreneurs in the township space also have opportunities that other entrepreneurs in other spaces, particularly formal settings, have. Of course, they're not maybe to the sophistication or the level of sophistication as the ones in the formal areas, but they provide a stepping stone. They provide a way in order for the entrepreneurs in this space to also be able to start participating and moving from there. A last example, this is something that as I was scrounging the internet, I found it really fascinating. Geolocating slum urban services in Nairobi, where the issue was understanding in a slum urban setting where the location of infrastructure and services are in the slums. It wasn't actually adequately captured. And I think we've got also in the informal settlements in this context, South African context, we've got a lot of issues in terms of having at least some base information in terms of where infrastructure and services are located. And of course, this has an effect on how urban planning services then are provided in such instances. So the youth were employed who were living in those slums. They were employed to collect data and geolocate these urban services and infrastructure in the informal settlements during COVID-19, so that they can understand where key infrastructure was located and where it was actually needed for government to intervene. So in terms of the 4IR technologies, the work was really not that difficult. They required low skills, and virtual training was offered to the participants, and they were just using their phones in order to, they received push notifications to do specifying exactly what tasks to do for the day, and they were able to do that while capturing the geolocation of the services and infrastructure, and being able to share that and creating a database that then the state was able to use in order to intervene. So those are some of the things that we can actually use. We don't need to do grand things as a way to bridge the gap. We can start looking at what are some of the issues, the very basic issues that we are facing, and then starting from there and building from there. It doesn't need to be complicated, but 4IR gives us an opportunity to start thinking out of the box and thinking what are the basic steps that we can take in order to improve how to do things. Also, I think in terms of just this kind of example, we're seeing how these technologies were used in order to improve the capacity of the state. It also was able to drive some level of socioeconomic inclusion of people that live in slums, particularly the youth. But then it takes me back to the point that I made earlier, that is it adequate employment, or is it employment that is immiserating for the youth? So are the youth, yes, they're given an opportunity to participate in the economy, but is this extent of participation in the economy something that is really useful and helping them to move out or to help them transition out of poverty and unemployment? That is also another issue that comes up in this example. And the fact that they were also able to just use basic, technological tools with limited training also makes it something that could be applicable in maybe informal settlements in the South African context. And I know there are some informal settlements, I think in Cape Town and perhaps in eThekwini as well, where the state has started using local people in those areas to be able to start geolocating urban services and infrastructure so that they have a base that when there's an issue, they're able to intervene more effectively as they would not if they didn't have the kind of baseline information. So in conclusion, we asked this question again, and in reflecting on this question, how can 4IR assist the Global South countries to bridge the gap between the informal cities and formal metropolises? I think 4IR has a role to play in bridging the gap, as I have been saying, but we cannot look at it as a silver bullet. It is not a silver bullet, but it at least gives us some kind of innovative thinking and thinking outside of the box so that we can come up with solutions that address the long-standing issues that we have been experiencing. And I think also logic or motivation of using 4IR innovations is also important in tracking because it also depends on whether we bridge the gap, we improve the capacity, or we eradicate informality. So the kind of logic that one has in terms of what you are trying to do in terms of bridging the gap between informal cities and formal cities, are you really trying to improve the situation in informal cities, or is the motivation or the logic to eradicate? That obviously informs how we use 4IR innovations. And I think one of my parting shots would be, there's a lot of focus when we're speaking about 4IR, there's a lot of focus on what is it that government can do. But I think we stand to make more impact if we can start to think about what are the public-private partnerships, what are some alternatives in terms of partnerships that we can start thinking about and leveraging on in order to make sure that we use 4IR as a tool to bridge the gap between informal cities and formal metropolises. And it would be interesting to hear, I don't know how much time we have, but it would be interesting to hear in your own context, how can 4IR or how has 4IR been able to bridge the gap between informal cities and metropolises? I'll end my presentation there. Thank you so much for the opportunity again to share some of the insights.
Thank you so much, Doctor, with such an insightful presentation. I think it would be proper to give Doctor a comfort break where she is, and thereafter maybe in our case decide we go for tea, and thereafter we come back with all those burning questions. How is that, Doctor? Can we do that?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, thank you.
How long is the break?
The comfort break is going to be 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Thank you, colleagues. We can have, we already have tea. Let's have tea before we come back with those burning questions. Thank you so much for. I'm sure now that we are all back, we can now proceed. Maybe the way we are going to do it, Doc, there, maybe we're going to take some few rounds of questions. But before we take those questions, thank you so much for such a profound presentation. I think it covered the whole aspect, but what one has been able to learn, it looks like there is no longer a criminalization of those who are involved in the informal economy, but also have also been able to take us back to almost more than a century in terms of how the informal economy has been operating over time then, of which I think that kind of a history, it takes us back from what one may term from exclusion to inclusion. So maybe I will have some of the question maybe at a later stage then, but you also be able to touch based on the concept of uneven development then, which I'm sure Prof. Breking can also share with us some of the ideas around uneven development and so forth maybe at a later stage then, as part of the input, more particularly to this then. I'm not quite too sure whether are there some questions. Let me check. 1, 2, 3. Where do I? So many questions. Let's start with. Let's take the first 3 questions, and thereafter we'll take other questions. Then, let me start with you.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I wanted to ask first. You did show us the researches you are doing in Gauteng. They are wonderful. But my question or my challenge is, how do we enhance continuity? Especially I think it was a lady who was carrying a babe. They are collecting some plastics for recycling, is it? Or I'm not sure. But what I want is with these researches, how do you enhance continuity and how does it help those people who are just down there on the ladder? How do we help them? That's my burning question there.
Let's take the next question, and after those 3 questions, then we can be able to allow Doc to respond.
Thanks, Prof. Thank you so much, Doc, for the very engaging presentation. The way you packaged it, it makes sense and it makes one follow through without any challenges. So I really appreciate that. Mine is in terms of the framework that you provided. This is not a question per se, but I think I'm more on the inclusion side of the continent, because within the African context, when you look at the statistics that by 2050, the population, there will be an additional 2.4 billion, and you look at 2030, 2 billion will be informal dwellers, and by 2050, you would then have about 3 billion of people in informal settlement. That goes on to tell you that informal settlement is actually a response to the housing crisis, and I appreciate how you presented the continent to show how we can move from eradication to inclusion. And I think that is the way to go, because informal settlements are here to stay. I don't think the ad hoc solution is rigid and flexible enough to respond to the housing need when you look at that kind of statistics. But maybe mine is, but also if you look at in terms of the population by 2050, that the African continent will be the youngest continent in the world. So young people, of course, in search of opportunities, etc., they will have to move to the metros, and informal settlement will then increase in that regard, because like I've already mentioned, the ad hoc solutions are not responsive and agile enough. So maybe mine is just on, has there been in your study or within your field a comparison between the cost of upgrading informal settlement vis-a-vis the developing the formal settlements? That's one. Maybe the other one for Prof would be, on your presentation, Doc, you mentioned the formal settlement with some level of informality as families expand their houses. Maybe for Prof Mienis, can that then be considered as the consolidation of subsidized housing? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Modiba, for a wonderful presentation that you've given us. My question is around urban sprawl, because we understand that it happens in two ways. You have the top-down approach where the technocrats are responsible for planning and designing the city as it expands, but also you have the bottom-up approach where sporadically you find people invading and entering those spaces. Now, can 4IR assist in creating an early detection mechanism of some sort to monitor these informal urban sprawlings or these city expansions that are starting from the bottom up? Thank you.
You can now respond, Doc. Then soon after maybe your responses, we'll try to take another round of questions.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been nice to see people in the room, because as I was presenting, it felt like I was speaking to myself. So it was nice to just see some faces. With regard to the first question of how to enhance continuity, so how to help those that are down on the ladder. I think one of the main things that I have been trying to emphasize in this presentation is the fact that, I mean, when we think about, and maybe let me premise what my response and say that I am mainly interested in, or mainly do research on the informal sector. So that would be particularly informal trading. I think when you think about how to help those that are down on the ladder, and you were referring to the lady who was dragging that recycling thing, the recycler, informal recycler. I think one of the basic things, or one of the most important things, is to understand what are some of the issues that these people that are down on the ladder are facing. So you cannot, I don't think there is a way to start, finding solutions when you don't really have a proper understanding of what the issues are. And that's one of the things that would come up so many times in engagements with informal traders, is that the state would come in and say, we are going to be allocating spaces in this area, or this area is too full, we are going to be moving people that are here in a particular street, which is quite busy, and the informal traders are making a lot of profit there. But the officials would come in and say, but this street is congested. We are now going to be moving people from here to another street. And you find that that street is not really conducive for business, but that is their approach to, helping the sector and cleaning up the city and making sure that the city is free of crime and grime. But the problem is that in doing so, they are actually disadvantaging those informal traders. We've seen that in so many instances when the traders are saying, but you do not even understand the basic issues that we are facing. For instance, the issue of infrastructure and services, it is a basic thing that I think if it would be addressed, it would actually alleviate a whole lot of issues. There is a street in the inner city of Joburg, just next to a taxi rank, which has got a lot of traders who are selling second-hand clothing. So that street, the way that it functions, it's so busy. It's especially during towards month end, it's extremely busy. So the traders there, what they have started doing is that they organize themselves and they pay monthly fees to an organization that is in charge of that space. And they've actually hired people who clean that space on a daily basis. They've actually hired people who are security guards, and they patrol the street to make sure that customers who come there feel safe and secure to do their shopping there. And what they have been saying in so many instances is that, is there a way that we can find a platform to engage with the state so that they can sort of meet us halfway? Because here we have started, we've got an initiative that is running, but we also need the state to then come on board and help us. Because one of the challenges with regard to the cleaning part was that they would clean in the morning and clean in the afternoon, 6 in the morning, 6 in the evening. But the issue was that the municipality was not coming to the party in terms of sending people that would pick up the litter from where they've cleaned. So the litter would actually just keep piling up, and it wouldn't make a difference that they are cleaning. So they were saying, could there be a way that we can meet with the municipality and discuss how we go about and how we help each other and how we work together so that we can address some of these issues? So it's very, very basic things for me that I think the traders have been able to raise them, but unfortunately the municipality is just not hearing it. And I think part of the problem, it goes back to the continuum, is that how is the municipality, the officials, understanding, and what are they how are they responding to the informal economy? Are they seeing it as something that contributes meaningfully to the economy, that contributes to eradicating poverty and inequality, or are they just seeing it as something that, you know, is creating crime and grime in the street? And if they see it as contributing to the economy, surely the response would be, let's come to the party and see how we address these issues, the basic issues. But if they see it as contributing to congestion in the inner city, crime and grime, then obviously then the response would be, let's find ways to eradicate. So I think those are some of the things, you know, understanding the basics and then moving from there. I hope I've answered your question. The second comment, which had a question at the end, I mean, yeah, I agree with you that we are living in cities of the global south, right? And in this case, we are in South Africa. We cannot, while we are in South Africa, want to be like Europe. Does that make sense? Our characteristics as countries is fundamentally different, you know, in terms of some of the socioeconomic and spatial context, it's quite different. So if I am living in Joburg and I want the street to be clear of informal trading, what am I saying? Who is going to be creating those jobs? Because there are no jobs. That's why people find themselves in the informal economy most of the time. So I think it boils down to the officials and how they think about the informal economy. I think for me, obviously, inclusion would be the way to go, because you are not ignoring the problem, but you are working with what you have and you're saying, how can we move on from here? How can we contribute so that we make things run efficiently for this context? So you said, have there been any comparison of upgrading? I think here you were referring more specifically to informal settlements. I think in terms of informal settlements, this is not my area of research, but because I look at issues around township economies, I am in some ways drawn into this debate around, you know, informal settlements, because in the way that we understand townships and how they developed, we're also thinking about informal settlements as a dimension of townships, because how were they created? They were created because they were addressing the challenge of you know, the shortage in housing, and also not just the shortage but affordability of the housing. I mean, if you compare prices of accommodation in the inner city of Johannesburg, because it is so central, it's close to socioeconomic opportunities, you know, the living conditions might not be, adequate, you'd have to share facilities and all of that. But the accommodation is quite expensive because you're close to socioeconomic opportunities. You wouldn't need to spend on transport and other costs like that. And then when you compare that with an informal settle, it's very expensive for someone to, for instance, leave the Limpopo province and come into Johannesburg, especially if they don't have any social capital, anyone that they know who lives in the city. It would be difficult to just come from Limpopo and then staying in the inner city of Joburg, unless you find that there's social capital you can share with other people that you know in that. But otherwise, it's difficult. And the way in which you can facilitate access to the city or to the urban area at least is to start off in the informal settlements where you pay minimum to no rent, and then you can work your way through the system. But I think in terms of upgrading, I think that is, I mean, as you said, informal settlements are not going anywhere, not anytime soon. I mean, the more that the state tries and moves people from informal settlements into planned areas like, townships or into, these post-1994 housing developments, which are mostly on the peripheries of the city. So things like the RDP housing and the what do they call them? The breaking new ground accommodation. People, they try and move those the people from the informal settlements, and in most cases, those informal settlements are centrally located in relation to those housing settlements, which are on the peripheries of the city. You would need to spend more transport money in order to get into socioeconomic opportunities. You would need to spend more time. But if you're living in an informal settlement, which is centrally located, you are able to access those resources quite easily than someone who's staying in a housing development. So I think upgrading would be, the starting point to see how can we upgrade informal settlements to make sure that people have access, because the main issue is access because of the way in which our cities are built, because of the spatial mismatch. It is so difficult to access depending on where you're located. So I think upgrading would be, but of course we understand that some of these settlements are also located in areas that are not conducive for human settlement. They are on floodplains and all of that. And once floods come in, then there's a whole lot of issues that then government has to respond to. So we always need to understand, I think, on a case-by-case basis, in terms of where particular informal settlement is located and is upgrading possible. Depending on whether it is located on a floodplain or not. If it's located in a relatively okay place, then why is that not the case? Because some instances, these informal settlements are located in areas that are owned by government. Government was earmarking them for something else, but then the people found a way to get in. So if that is the case, then maybe there is that need to look at things case by case and then make a decision based on that. The urban sprawl question, top down, but also those bottom up approaches. And you asked, can 4IR create early detection? I think so. I think the short answer would be yeah. I think 4IR can be used particularly to start identifying patterns. I mean, as I said in the presentation when I was showing you the Johannesburg case where they've recently launched this a digital platform for registration and application of licenses. If you were able to do that and people would register, obviously now you would be able to see that a lot of people are applying for this particular site or this particular area. What does it mean? Does it mean that people are flocking into it? What other alternatives can we see in terms of where to locate people? But obviously that has to be conducive for the kind of activity that would need to be there. So I think 4IR can be used as a tool for that. But then obviously it goes back to the issue of logic. What is the logic? is the logic to identify, to have early detection so that you can cap, destroy, or is it so that you can include and build from what you've got? So the issue of logic is quite important, and I think in most instances, particularly in the context that I am or that I'm doing research in, a lot of it is actually from a position of let's try and cap. We want to be, I mean, Joburg, it calls itself a world-class African city. What is a world-class African city? They want to be like New York. How can you be in New York when you are based in South Africa with all these socioeconomic problems? You're saying let's clear the streets of informal traders. If you remember in 2013 as well, there was that Operation Clean Sweep where thousands of traders were displaced in the inner city of Joburg without income for weeks and weeks on end. And the city was saying, but this is what we want. We want the streets to be clean. But how do you do that as a city and people don't have an income? How are you going to accommodate? How are you creating opportunities for them? So yeah, I think it's the logic. For me, the logic is quite important. What is the reason for you to want to see early detection? Is it so that you can repress, or is it so that you can include?
Thank you, Doc. I think I know that is one question. Any other question? Okay, let's have that one question from Guanele.
Thank you, Doc, for this powerful presentation. I think it was very informative and well structured. I think for me, coming from the discipline of town and regional planning, there is a phenomenon that is not given too much attention, which is the development that is currently taking place in peri-urban areas. I think this kind of development, in the way in which it is happening, you will find that there is a coexistence of powers in those areas, especially in the case of KZN, where there are traditional leadership and also they are led by government. So in this case, traditional leaders often have more authority when it comes to issues of land allocation. So for me, that makes me foresee two issues maybe or challenges arising in the near future, which is inequality and also having informal settlements that are built formally. So in terms of inequality, I'm saying we might be having more inequality in the future in those areas because the way in which land prices are rising in these areas is already demonstrating a certain class of people that will afford to live in them, which is often the class that is above the one that exists in those areas, the one that we may consider the traditional residents of those areas. So for me, that presents an opportunity to those who own land in those areas, but also a threat when you consider development from the perspective of town planning. And then talking about having informal settlements that are built formally, I'm saying informally on the basis that development is not regulated in those areas. And then I'm saying formally on the basis that the nature or the housing typologies that are found in those areas complement the houses that are found in areas that fall within the urban development line. So for me, that presents an urgent need to regulate the development within these areas while there is still time. So what I wanted to ask is that from that context, I wanted to check if such a context exists in the Gauteng province. And if it does, what are the measures that are put in place to regulate these areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Wanele. I think, Doc, I had a question for you. Let me just abuse my space to be a chair to ask this question. But I'll be very brief. One, earlier you opened up your presentation with informal city. Then I want to know what's the capacity of that informal city to reproduce itself. That's the first question. The second question, I think it goes back to what Kwanele is saying, because we have got an emerging literature around what we call left behind places. Then the question is, what is really happening in those left behind places, more particularly in the region where you are working? The also other question that I needed to ask, I know that you were able to deal with this, but I just want to find more in relation to it. We are now quite clear that the informal sector was excluded, but now there is a bit of inclusion. So I just want to understand what is the level of comfort in that inclusion that is taking place. Thank you.
Thanks for those questions. Prof, you're really abusing your power as the chair now. Just in terms of what is it, Kwanele, the town planner. I'm also from a town planning background. I think in terms of these peri-urban areas, exactly the dynamics that you are identifying, they exist also in the Gauteng city region. So I've got a colleague in GCRO who is interested in understanding what he calls displaced urbanization, which is exactly these areas, which are in most cases on the peripheries of the province, which are governed by both the traditional leaders and the municipalities as well. And so in those areas, you know, that whatever development that you want to do, whether it's a shopping mall, whether it's you're privately building your own house or whatever, it has to go through the traditional authorities, in as much as it has to go through the municipality. And there's obviously sometimes a conflict of interest or a conflict between whose role is it to give the approval in terms of whether something goes ahead or not. Just to also reflect on my own background, as I said, I am from the Limpopo province, born and bred, but I moved to Joburg when I started my studies. But I knew where I was living because I was living in it's quite a different setting because it's a village. But I mean, even in these peri-urban areas, or what you call these peri-urban areas, there is that dimension that, you know, it's a village in some ways, in as much as the municipality plays a role, but the major responsibility goes towards the traditional authorities. So there is nothing that you can do without involving the traditional authorities. I remember we had a problem of, we had gravel roads, and a lot of the taxis that we would use, so I would go to a different village for my high school. So the gravel that went through my village, it was a gravel road that went through my village. And most of the transports that we were using didn't want to go through that village because of that problem. So a lot of applications were made by the municipality to try and develop that area, but the traditional authorities said no. And that's where the buck stopped, because they said no. So I think in those areas, it's all about, you know, how do the traditional authorities and the local municipality communicate, and what negotiations can they have, and you know, in order to make sure that there is that kind of alignment between what town planning regulations are saying, and also to some extent meeting the needs and the requirements of the traditional authorities. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult. There was also this space that we looked at with this colleague of mine that I just spoke about in Kwam, I think it's called KwaMhlanga. It's also a peri-urban area, and it's developing now. It's developing at a rapid scale. You know, malls are being brought in and all of that. And they were facing the same problem, that in as much as developers and investors are coming in, we still have to go, the municipality was saying, we still have to go through the traditional authorities. They are the ones that give us the go ahead. If they say no, there's nothing that we can do, in as much as we have the mandate, but there is nothing we can do if they don't give us the go ahead to approve the project. So I think, yeah, it's a very interesting space. It's really a very interesting space, and I like this this term that you use, that you know, there's informal settlements that are built informally, or did you say the opposite? Yeah, but to that effect. Yeah, I mean, if you go into these spaces, they look urbanized. I mean, the houses are mansions. There are mansions and mansions, and you think, oh, but this is in a peri-urban area. If this house was in the urban areas or in the core, it would be costing millions. But people are really investing in those areas, and it's quite an interesting dynamic to see. Coming to you, Prof. I'll end with the one where you ask the capacity of the informal city to reproduce, because I think that's it's a deep question. Yeah, I mean, I just sort of spoke to what you were saying about these areas that you say they called areas that are left behind in the literature, and you were saying what's going on. I think, as I said, I mean, also there are studies that are now being done around Bushbuck Ridge. I think it's somewhere in Mpumalanga, but it's like on the border of Mpumalanga and Gauteng. So there's quite interesting linkages between that area and the Gauteng province, as well, because some of the people who are living in that space, they work in Gauteng, they commute, some on a daily basis, some on a weekly, some on a monthly basis, etc., etc. So there are those linkages. And I mean, it's basically that these are areas that 10, 20 years back, you would have thought they are just that. They would not go anywhere. But to see the kind of development that is going into those spaces, and people building houses, and, you know, malls being developed there, and all these kinds of industries that are coming in and investing in those places, it's very amazing to see. And in those areas, I think at this present moment, I think in terms of informality and formality, I don't think they are quite as strict as what we are seeing in the core. But I think going forward, the types of developments that are taking place are going to sort of mimic the patterns that we are seeing now in the urban context, where informality is on the rise, and officials are now starting to find ways, or thinking about ways of how to sort of curb, eradicate, or improve those. So yeah, it's quite interesting. It's fascinating. If you're interested in more on this, I think I'll get you in touch with my colleague who does research on this topic. It's quite fascinating. Yeah, I think, as you have said, in terms of the informal sector, it has really gone a long way in terms of going through an era where it was excluded. Like, if you think back to apartheid, I mean, even in the townships where people, black people mostly, were staying, economic activities were outlawed. So people were only allowed to stay in townships as residential spaces. They were not allowed to do any kind of activity, and if they did, they would do so illegally, with heavy consequences for doing that. So we've really gone a long way in terms of moving from this exclusion and this outlawing of informal activities to a space where now there's some kind of level of inclusion and acceptance of the activity. But although some people argue, and I'm also one of those people who say, I mean, when you think about it really, and you look at what is said in the policy documents are great. They say, we acknowledge that the informal sector is playing a role, you know, it's contributing towards addressing poverty and inequality and all of that. But when you actually look at the practices, they are contrary to what the policies are saying. So I'm saying that in some cases, this is only, the inclusion is only at the rhetorical level, but it's not really translating on the ground. And that's why we're still seeing things like Operation Clean Sweep. That's why we're still seeing things like, people being, their houses being bulldozed and because they're living in an informal settlement that has not been, approved for occupation and all of that. So, yeah, I think we still have a long way to go in terms of actually seeing the inclusion of the informal sector being done in practice, like specific ways of ensuring that informal sector or even informal settlements are accepted, acknowledged, and then finding ways of working with what exists. We still have a long way to go. The capacity of the informal city to reproduce itself, I think in this context, and especially the global south, I think we've come to understand that informality is a feature of the urban environment that we cannot get rid of. We cannot shake it off. It is there. We can try as much as possible, but it is a feature of the urban environment, So in that sense, then we also understand that there are all these negotiations, there are all these, discussions that are happening, which, I mean, as I showed the example of the hybrid governance model in Johannesburg or in Gauteng, in the metros, it's something that, I mean, 10 years back we would not have thought could happen. But because of the sheer volume of the issues that arise from the municipality doing things on their own, it's not possible, because informality is growing at such a rapid rate because the formal sector is not able to accommodate the demand. That is why we're seeing the informal economy growing at a rapid rate. And that requires some kind of pragmatism. In as much as policies, regulations, town planning regulations say this, but there's a level of pragmatism that needs to be factored into it. So, which is why we're seeing all these negotiations taking place of how do we better manage? How do we come together and we govern this thing? Because if we just leave it as it is, it's going to be a problem. But how do different stakeholders come together to deal with those issues? So in that way, in as much as those stakeholders that come together, particularly the state and the non-state, we find that there's a sort of transference between the two stakeholders. The state comes with its own regulations and say this is how things are done. The non-state actors also come and say, but this is how things are going on the ground. How do we match the two to make sure that we achieve pragmatism? And I think that's how informality is reproduced, because now the state is starting to see that the way that we're doing things is not achieving the desired outcomes. Let's try this informal way of doing things and see if it actually gives us a different way of doing things, a different way of looking at things. And in them adopting those practices of the non-state actors, they are in a way informalizing the state, adopting those practices, which by law, by regulation, they're not supposed to, but because it is required to do that, then they do that, and that's how informality reproduces itself. And I think also on the other hand, because of the relationship between the two stakeholders, there's also a transference of what the state does and how it does things. It also translates to how, and it informs how now the non-state actors do things. The example that I gave about how, because the informal trader leaders are included in the state apparatus, they are able to understand the system of how things work, how allocation works, how all of this works. And then now they are able to also craft instruments, in as much as they are informal and they are outside the state, they start using the template of the state to craft those practices and craft those ways of doing things. And in such a way, then we see a formalization of the non-state actors. So it keeps reproducing itself. The state as well and the non-state actors also keep on, what is the word? They keep on what's the word I'm looking for? There's a blurring of boundaries between the two, and that's how the informal city then gets reproduced in all these different instances. Prof, I think yeah, but it's quite an interesting one that perhaps we might want to have another dedicated conversation on how actually this informal city keeps reproducing itself. I think it's one of those questions that requires a whole lot more discussion than this platform allows. But thank you so much. It really got me thinking, Prof.
Thank you. I'm not sure that Prof. Breaking will want to say one or two words on uneven development, maybe in the global south, just to.
I was wondering whether this movement to formalise people didn't sort of. Oh yeah. No. Hello. The work of Agamben and Mbembe and some other people talk about how in governmentality a municipality can benefit from keeping a hybrid zone, like of informality. Because if they were to formalise everybody, then it would be obvious that the social contract was being rescinded or not being met. So I think with the presentation, it's complicated because on the one hand, you're formalising people, but there's also this pushback where it suits the state to keep people criminalised because then they don't have to provide so much. So I was wondering how that tension plays out because it changes over time and it's very place-based. So it might suit the state to formalise some people on one street, but then in the next street, it might also suit them to criminalise those people. So it's a very checkered thing. So, I mean, one theoretical aspect of that whole presentation that I was finding interesting is how it plays out in terms of governmentality, governance, you know, as a relationship between the people and the state or the municipality. States of exception are very useful to politicians because there's a deniability about it. So if someone says, you've not built houses for these people, they can just say, oh, well, you know, they're illegal. You don't have to build houses for them. And that plays into the xenophobic sort of rhetoric of Mr. and Mrs. Taxpayer. And it allows poverty to persist without the moral negativity of coming to terms with the fact that you're letting people starve on your streets. So criminality is a governance mechanism.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm not sure whether you want to react, Doctor, to this as a way of concluding.
I think the Prof is spot on. I mean, you know, the state of exception, which is exactly what Yiftachel is speaking about when he's speaking about these gray areas, that it is a mode of governance, keeping these areas as gray zones, because at a certain point when it suits the state, they're able to either accept or, you know, denounce those areas. So I think it's quite an interesting logic of the state to say, let's keep these spaces or activities on the border of whether they're legal or illegal. We just keep them on the border and we keep them in a constant state of uncertainty. Whether we are going to, if it's an informal settlement, whether we are going to upgrade them, do an in situ upgrading where they are, or whether we are going to try and move them and come with bulldozers or whatever. But we're just letting you live in limbo until there's a situation which either pushes us to do something to you know, accept you or deny you or eradicate you. So it's quite a, yeah, it's quite a murky, what's this, a practice by the state to keep these areas in a state of uncertainty. And they can use their power whenever they feel like it to you know, do something or another thing. So, and I mean what you say exactly, Prof, that criminality is a mechanism, is a governance mechanism. We criminalize you, that way we have control over what to do next. We can either give you a space, or we can take it away, or we can do whatever. It's totally up to the state to decide, which is what I was saying, that, you know, the logic, understanding the logic and the motivation of the state to do things is also important in such circumstances. So you're spot on, Prof. I also share those same sentiments.
Thank you so much, Doc, with such with those responses. Then I think it comes to an end of this session. Then I think what we need to look at is for the next presentation. Then, so but thank you so much, Doc. I've always been saying to some previous presenters that soon after we have been part of this journey, for sure, as we have already indicated already, that is another complex aspect that we need to deal with, which will require a bit of a focus then. So I'm sure that in future we may be inviting you so that we can just try to deal with those complexities then around the informal city and its reproduction then somehow then. With that then being said, I'm sure you are part of us as the family now here, because as we have been moving with this summer school, I think there's been a lot of questions that have been asked. Some they've been asking me whether I was still going to continue next year and all other things. That means to show, it shows that there's an interest, and part of the things that we are dealing with are very useful, so to say. Thank you so much, Doc, with that, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. and team, for the invite. I really appreciated it and enjoyed it.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we will want to welcome Professor Sean Pather. Please, Noctula, help me. I just want that long history. Okay, it's fine. Then Prof says he's going to introduce himself then. So let me leave it to you, Prof, to all the way from the University of the Western Cape. Thank you so much. Let us welcome Prof. Pather.
Streaming from here. They're streaming from here, Prof.
No, then let's just put this out.
Oh, the USB.
Up it from here.
Let me assist you. There we go, Prof. Which one would it be?
Okay, let's try the first one.
Let's see if it's populating as well. Ah, there we go.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mayeni. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to you. It's a pleasure. Thanks for the invitation. I deliberately stopped Prof. Mayeni from reading out a long bio because it takes up valuable time. I'm Sean Pather. I'm at the University of the Western Cape. My academic discipline is in information systems. I work, but very closely in the area of the digital divide, ICT for development, and all my work is very grounded in real-world application and with an intention to make policy impact. And I'll try to demonstrate some of what we've managed to achieve over a period of time. This presentation is part of your program that talks of case studies. I will come to the case study. I've got the presentation in two parts. Prof. Mayeni, I'm sure at some point you're going to tell me how to manage time because my program and the timing start here looks different. And so I was asked to present a case study. Before I present the case, and in relation to AI. So I don't quite, there are a number of issues before I get to the case study. So what I'd like to do in what I call part one, my presentation's titled Eradicating the Digital Divide Towards E-Participation for All, because I see that e-participation is an underlying theme of the summer school. The previous speaker mentioned or hinted at some of the issues around the divide, even though she's spoken very much in a urban and peri-urban context. And so I want to start off today with you by presenting some perspectives on some of the key aspects of the 4IR, in particular artificial intelligence, and what is its relationship to e-participation, and what role does artificial intelligence play. Of course, the context of the cartoon that you see here, amusing depending on your sense of humor, but this is a reality. Of course, the cartoonist, I'm sure, did not have Africa in his mind when he drew this. But when I look at it, and a lot of my work is based outside of urban areas in rural South Africa, this is very much a reality of a number of rural communities in the country. And it is something that we often forget in terms of living, working, doing policy planning in non-rural environments, and we sometimes forget. I also do a lot of work in what's called public access models for eradicating the digital divide. I've done some work on these types of centers which are dotted all along many cities, and the previous speaker spoke of some of these types of interventions in Gauteng. This is in the Western Cape. But the average kid in the average community in the metro does have some access to computing, some access to broadband internet in these centers. This is the Cape, what's called a Cape Access Program. And it has been, I've done some work and research, and there's evidence of meaningful value from it. These pictures I've taken from, this is from the case study that I'm still going to present. And as you can see, the landscape's very different. The picture in the middle, I've blurred it because I don't have the permission to actually present. But the kid that's there, this is the homestead on the bottom right. And if you look at the picture on the top right, the left-hand side, or when you look there, this here is the mast that's part of the project that I'm involved in, broadcasting a wireless signal. And so the kids, to get access to the internet, have to come and stand close to this mast, which is feeding some kind of accommodation establishment. But this is the reality of rural South Africa. And so as we get caught up in notions of 4IR and artificial intelligence, we have to remind ourselves of a reality that still prevails in large parts of the country. And so much of what I have to say to you today is about this. I will talk about the 4IR and how the 4IR might also perpetuate the inequalities that you see here. And in the second part of the presentation, I'll present the case where I believe we have evidence of how to crack the problem of the rural digital divide. So what I'd like to do in this part of the presentation is just to deal with some primer of key concepts. I was told not to assume anything about pre-knowledge of all of you as PhD candidates, so I'm not sure all of the different fields you are in, but if some of the key concepts are already familiar, I apologize. I'll then put it in the context of digital inequalities, and then talk about the role of data infrastructure. Concept of data infrastructure is very important as you begin to think about artificial intelligence and how you make artificial intelligence bring about value to society. I'll touch briefly on the issue of fairness from the perspective of designing systems or artificial intelligence solutions. And the bridge between this part and the next part is the mitigation strategy. how do you mitigate the potential inequalities that might perpetuate from fourth industrial revolution type technologies? So the question I'd like to deal with at the beginning is, how does the emergence of artificial intelligence within a digital divide environment impact e-participation? And there are lots of expectations. The previous speakers spoke about it not being a silver bullet. There's a lot of policy discourse going on at the moment, much of it around data, around privacy and the like. And I want to open up the discussion a little bit beyond that and come back to basics. So as we think of the notion of e-participation, when the new parliament post-94 was conceived, the notion of the People's Parliament was there. It's inherent in the Constitution. And yet the reality is how many citizens of this country actually get to participate, other than the acts of voting in your representatives to Parliament. So when the National Council of Provinces says taking people to the Parliament, does some kind of organized town hall meetings in some programmed way actually is meaningfully taking Parliament to the people? I put a big question mark against that. For those of you who remember or are familiar with the notion of the Freedom Charter adopted in the 1950s, which is actually what underpins the South African Constitution, and the South African Constitution bears the principles of what the democratic-seeking South Africans in the 50s looked towards in a post-apartheid South Africa. And so, in the clause of the Charter that says the people shall govern, in the second bullet there, all people shall be entitled to take part in the administration of the country. The reality is that while all people are entitled, we have not done much to inculcate and support that participation. And in the last bullet, all bodies of minority rule, etc., shall be replaced by democratic organs of self-government. Here too, we have come quite short. So the interpretation of that part in our Constitution instructs Parliament to facilitate public participation in the lawmaking process and to take reasonable measures. My own view, and while I think to some extent, because I've had discussions with Parliament around this, Parliament has not been successful. And so the formal definition of e-participation is the use of technology to enhance engagement with the state in democratic processes and government. Forms of e-participation could take e-consultation, e-voting, e-forums, but all of this, I'm sure, are well known. And these are from the literature. Participation benefits, the benefits of e-participation will be increased accessibility, enhanced transparency, and improved decision-making. What I didn't cite in this presentation, by the way, is that there's substantive evidence in the literature of countries where there are heightened levels of participation of citizens in the state and the correlation of that to economic wealth. So countries where citizens deem themselves to be important players in the state because they have access to participate meaningfully, those countries are correlated with higher wealth status. Now, whilst e-participation as a concept is nice, we can understand it, we have the notion of being able to bring more people to participate through some kind of electronic forum, we have lost sight of the picture of what enables e-participation. So this is what I call a community informatics approach, community informatics being a, let's say, a branch of the ICT for development work. And I call it the social appropriation of technology. So a community informatics approach entails that we have to socially appropriate technology. And so whereas a lot of, let me just get a pointer. So whereas we focus a lot of our effort on, okay, this pointer doesn't seem to work. Doesn't matter. But if you look at the bottom left, affordable access. So a lot of the work, a lot of the thinking, a lot of government policy just focuses in the bottom. How do we extend the network? If you look at SA Connect, and SA Connect, by the way, which is our broadband plan, been in place since about 2012, and all of the lofty goals, focuses around there. But when you look at the literature, when you read the ICT for development work that has been conducted, that you cannot just focus your effort and policy making around the bottom left of the corner. You need an environment in which you can stimulate demand. My own work that I've done provides evidence that so just let me for a moment to explain the second step of my community informatics model. If you take, for example, mobile telephony, and if you look at the penetration of mobile telephony across the country, including in rural areas, keep in mind that we did not embark on any programmatic intervention to teach people to use mobile telephones, which includes, it's a computing device, it has a keyboard, it has applications. So sending a text is using an application. Using WhatsApp nowadays is an application. So there was no formal interventions. But the uptake and adoption of mobile telephony was driven by the need, if you take rural context, of needing to stay in contact. And so the opportunity, in other words, the personal goal opportunity of being in contact, drove people to self-learn and adopt technology. In the work I've done, there's evidence that likewise, if I live in a remote area and the opportunity to be able to accomplish some government service, rather than to spend whatever amount of money to get to the nearest town, will drive adoption. So we have not focused in the country on a demand, but we've rather focused on a supply model in terms of the digital divide. And according to the evidence of the work I've done and many other bits of literature, that when demand is stimulated, you have the adoption of technology, which is the third part of the framework. And the adoption of technology equals empowerment and self-motivation. So where technology is being used productively, when technology is being used as effective use in the last step of that the self-empowerment or the sense of being empowered results in motivation, and that motivation results in economic actualization among citizens. And there's plenty of evidence in the development literature of these scenarios. And when citizens have trust in the state as a result of feeling close to them through e-government, e-participation, that is an indicator in the literature of economic growth. So the goal then is through this framework to ensure that there's the effective use of the network for self-enablement and social and economic development and eventual, because the goal of this, because everybody says access to broadband, and there is a statistic from the World Bank that's quoted so often, the 0.1%, etc., which is quite tiresome. But that on its own does not translate without thinking about the picture holistically as I'm presenting it here. So, with that in mind, the fact that there's an integrated view between technology and actually achieving outcomes, let's just for a moment focus on, well, what is artificial intelligence? Prof, I am mindful of the program and we're probably not there, so you must tell me where I stand in timing with this, because this first part was planned. I saw there was half an hour and there was supposed to be a break, so I just don't want to. Right? Okay, because when an audience anticipated a break on the program and they haven't got it. Okay. All right. So let's turn our minds, ladies and gentlemen, to the notion of artificial intelligence. Again, I just put the definitions here so that we all could be on the same page. It's a branch of computer science. And the important matter of this in the second bullet is that it's about processing data. And I want to focus on this important element of data in artificial intelligence. It'll become clear just now. So it's programming to process data, to make decisions, and to learn from experiences. Now keep in mind, this is not new. From the advent of the first computers in which we programmed, firstly, or when we used tubes and then we used punch cards going back many years, we're always processing data. What has changed in the fourth industrial revolution? Two factors. You may or may not know of Moore's law, which indicated that every year the power of the microprocessor was going to increase by some nth power. And every year, our ability to store data in smaller platforms was going to improve by some nth factor. So these are two key factors that have spiraled the notion of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So processing data is at its core, and we've always done it. We can now do it in far, far much more quicker ways than was ever anticipated, and of far more greater volumes of data than we ever thought possible. So the accumulation of data, and if you think for a moment that almost all of you are wearing wearable devices, so computers on your wrists, in your pocket, devices are in your vehicles, devices are now in appliances. There are devices everywhere transmitting data. So the amount of data in the internet world has exploded. And the 4IR and the advent, and artificial intelligence, by the way, has always been here. It's for the first time, and with the release of generative AI, ChatGPT in particular, among others, it has now become available to you and I. And this is what has kind of changed the terrain for everybody. So the key concepts behind this is machine learning, the fact, and I've spoken to a number of gurus in AI, computer scientists, people at the forefront. There's much difficulty in explaining exactly how that computer programming is self-learning, that it's hard to explain how the self-learning takes place, but there is self-learning. And so there's a learning from the data. Once an initial algorithm is changed and there's data being processed, the algorithm learns from that processing, and so it looks for patterns, and those patterns inform it to create more different patterns of its own. So the learning from data, processing data, learning from data, and neural networks, which is at the core of artificial intelligence, right, ensures that you, as a result of data analysis, that the system is working brain-like. So the notion of data is central. So let's keep that in mind. What are some examples? Because it's now commonplace and we don't always associate all of these things with artificial intelligence, but yet it's been there. So Google Assistant has been around for some time. Siri, Alexa are all examples of AI engines that we use on a daily basis. Recommendation systems have been around for some time. There is a big movement, if you may or may not know, that there are a group of people who won't ever use Google because of the way Google monetizes its search platform and would only use open source search engines, right? So whether you like it or not, when you search for something on Google, that search is then stored and it gets fed to you in terms of adverts, and Google makes its money. Okay? Some of you, without knowing, keep your phone settings and conversations you might have without knowing. Those conversations are captured. So all of these settings that your phone forces you to make, conversations get captured, and you might have been talking to your friend during lunch about taking a trip to, I don't know, Namibia, and next day you're searching, you'll find cheap flights to Namibia. Navigation apps, we have them for some time. Spam filters. So for those of you who use Gmail, for example, how does a spam filter work? It's AI-driven to try and understand what's spam, and each time something's a spam, you say, no, it's not spam, or you move something to spam, the system learns. And then chatbots. Chatbots have been around for some time. They're becoming better. In fact, most companies now, you may or may not have realized, most big companies, their goals are not to interact with you directly. Companies are saving money by creating chatbots and other types of interfaces. So think about it. When last, for many of your service providers, have you actually spoken to a person? And many banks, for example, right now, it's almost impossible to speak to a person. You have to go via an app. You have to go via some kind of a chat system. So that's a different story altogether. So the key points to remember is that AI systems get better over time. They learn, so there's learning and adapting. They perform human-like tasks because of their ability to do things, process quickly, and it's part of our everyday life. Now, the concern I and many of others have had is when we think of a typical rural village, like the picture I showed you of the little schoolboy coming to, use data from a local micro business. Where and how does the reality of AI as an emerging technology play in a space like that? When we are still trying to get into basic literacy, basic functionality of office-type applications and the like, where and how, and I'll talk about that in a while. So one of the key issues for policy as well, and some of the policy debates are here right now, to get meaningful results, the sources of data on which algorithms are trained and on which AI systems learn must be representative. So if you think about it, if you and I are not involved in the digital era, and if nothing we are doing is part of the processing of data, then the data training of algorithms in AI systems cannot be coming to conclusions, or cannot be learning on things that in which you are not represented. It's a bit more complicated, but you start thinking about it as iotas of data and how it works. But in simple terms, if you are not part of the digital society, data sets don't represent you, and data sets train AI systems. So there's a huge potential for digital inequality. So what are the causes of inequalities? And I've spoken, I think, in the last 18 months on about 4 international platforms around inequalities and the 4IR, because it's a major concern. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of debate. So as much as there's a lot of tech development going on, a lot of people who work in the technology and society space, like myself, are concerned about the inequalities and how, and so for myself as a digital divide activist, how do we ensure that technology with potential good benefit doesn't cause even further harms to the inequalities we experience? So the first of the issue is what we call data infrastructure. Now, data infrastructure is key to the development of AI solutions. As I've already pointed out in the first bullet, AI depends on the analytics of data. It's the lifeblood. So data as bits of things, so as simple a thing as could be your gender and your highest qualification are bits of data, for example, right? And then the infrastructure. Now, many of us don't know. So on our doorsteps, I can't think perhaps in KZN, but I know in the Western Cape, we are beginning to create or offer, or the Western Cape government, as part of its economic development, has created space for data farms, which requires high-speed bandwidth and all sorts of things. But increasingly, data has to be stored. The more you're doing things on the internet, they have to be stored. So all of these things are infrastructure. And the problem is there's very little infrastructure on the African continent. And which means that all the massive amounts of data are flowing and are curated. Because for AI to be able to use something, the data has to be curated somewhere, are being created outside of the continent. So data plays an important role in this, and it must reflect, in the last point here, the reality of the social world. And the question I pose is there sufficient data to reflect the reality of all communities and geographies? And in the data that prevails, that is being supported by the current data infrastructure, there are social, racial, economic, geographic, and gender biases in that data. And the world is up in arms around it because there are several examples of how these biases come out to play. Okay, around surveillance, around facial recognition. So facial recognition and entering airports is a big thing, okay, in the way AI systems are trained. Racial bias in healthcare, who gets selected for healthcare. So there are several examples of how AI systems currently produce decisions that are inherently biased. Not all the causes, but one of the causes is the lack of representation in the data sets that are used to train AI algorithms. So there's a lot of policy discussions going on. We haven't formally, because, I mean, the president convened a 4IR commission, so there's no formal AI policy being developed, but we are getting there. But at the level of the African Union, certainly, there's a lot of policy going on. But I have framed the issues for policy as that they need to they include system design, but also to require, because when I think of, from a system design perspective, developing AI solutions, and in fact, I was in the AI governance towards a just AI governance for Africa conference last week. Debate was around the big tech companies who are feeding us the AI systems free to use and the like, and what's happening behind the monetization of it. So as much as we get free software, very often we don't think about what's behind it. So my view is that, well, behind system design, we require an ecosystem approach to consider the interrelated roles of software design, the role of software designers themselves, the AI artifacts, the users, the organizations that involve themselves in the use of AI, and the legal framework. So it's quite complicated. And the issue for me is that all of this is not new because of AI. We've always grappled with the matters of technology and technology use. I mean, the issues around Google and Facebook, for example, have loomed large around IT activists around the world for a long time. AI has just brought this back into the fore for us again. So with that looming, the potential of inequalities in artificial intelligence that we have to keep in mind, let's just talk about the essence of what are digital inequalities. Digital inequality has, from my reading, 4 parameters, and in a slide later on, I will share with you what we've written into one of the works of policy that I was integrally involved in was the development. We only have 2 white papers on IT or telecoms in the country. The first was in 96, and the second, after a 3-year review of policy, was gazetted at the end of 2016. So digital inequality comprises the pillars of skills, the quality of infrastructure, affordability, and when I get to the case study, I'll come to the nitty-gritty of affordability in a rural village, and universal access. Universal access means, in telecoms policy terms, that I should have access to telecoms within ease. So let's say within a few minutes walk at best, and we talk about universal service where I have access to telecoms at my home. Right now, South Africa performs very badly in terms of telecoms access at the home. So these are the pillars, and all of these pillars play into the current inequalities in South Africa. So in 2003, and the term information society came about, the last wave, for those of you who remember. How many, well, I'm trying to think the age, the average age of people here. How old would many of you have been, let's say, in the late 90s? Teenagers in primary school, perhaps? No, I'm giving away my age. Anyway, I suspect many of you, I'm trying to see, some of you look like you're in your 20s, so you may not have been born when I talk about the late. But the last time we had to sit up and take note. In fact, as higher education right now, we are grappling with this thing of AI. I have a PhD student who's looking into the issue of AI and ethical use of AI for teaching and learning. And I put to her the question, I said, but rather than talk about this, the question would be, why with every wave of technology do we sit back and say, what, how, what do we do? Because I remember clearly, as we came through the internet, after Tim Berners-Lee and the work they did at ARPANET, commercialized the internet, so it became useful to everybody. And the World Wide Web, so you may not know the hypertext transfer protocol. Every time you type a URL, there's HTTP. The hypertext transfer protocol is what made it possible for all of us to have a common platform, the World Wide Web. When that became mainstream, and it only became mainstream towards the end of the 90s, suddenly everybody started thinking, like we're thinking about AI now. Wow, now what do we do? So e-government, e-participation, all these notions became high on the agenda then. So the United Nations, through the ITU, International Telecoms Union, said, let's bring together all the UN members and talk about this. And so there was a World Summit in 2003. Very excited about it, and lots of discussion about the internet and development. So that was in 2003 in 2 phases, and 2005 again. So it was Geneva and Tunis. Those were the 2 venues. And 21 years later, according to the stats we have right now, right, we have 1/3 of the world's population not using the internet, okay? And 90% of the people in the developed world as compared to 35% in least development countries. So many years later, with all of the governments that committed, including South Africa, for those of you who were probably young children, but under President Mbeki at that time, we developed the Information Society and Development Plan, ISAD. And as government, I've been intricately involved in this with government 2007 plus. We are still struggling with it. And there are issues, of course. So if you look at a worldwide level, this is the ITU data, you'll see where Africa is on the left there. And then you look at the least developing countries and the landlocked least developing countries, which I've highlighted on the right. So the picture, in other words, Africa, least developing countries, the less wealthy, are not doing well as far as that's come. So when you start looking at this, this tells you, coming back to the notion of data and representativeness. If such numbers of the population, some in Africa and in least developing countries, are outside, because without broadband internet, there's no representation of the data. It's very difficult for the data to become representative. That tells you then that we have to start thinking about data infrastructure. And for me, the first, before I even get into the notion of data infrastructure for big data to serve AI, the bottom line, the prerequisite is the basic network to interconnect people. So what is the relevance of this then, ladies and gentlemen? As I've already pointed out, in the first bullet there, AI depends on the analytics. So data and infrastructure are crucial, as I've already pointed out, and so data has to reflect the reality. So this is a repetition just to reinforce these 3 points, okay? And if we look at it, this is from Smith and Rustagi. If you look at it diagrammatically, what do we have here? You will see that if you have a biased data set, and it's going to be biased because it's not representative, so many people are outside the digital society. The algorithm, which is then what makes an artificial intelligence system work, what gives it the brain-like power to firstly learn and then to relearn, etc., comes out, and this is where? At the bottom. So at the bottom end there, we may have governments, we may have organizations, we may have decisions being made about your own selves. Governments may be using it to drive policy. We have biasness coming out. And without really understanding the innateness of this, we begin to put our trust in technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. And so these are issues that we have to begin to grapple with and ensure they don't go on prevailing. So I'll just cover the issue of representative in 2 ways. The first one is that the performance of an AI system is based on representativeness, right? And for an algorithm to work, the training of the data or the training data. So in developing a system, you need a data set. And the data set needs to be representative of the real world demographic. In earlier days, AI developers used to use the internet to troll and scrape data to feed it for learning. We've since realized that that's not good enough, simply because of the underrepresentativeness. So people are now curating large data sets. And so data is the new oil, and people pay to have data sets developed to them, but these data sets are not representative. So if you look at the table on the right-hand side there, the issues of representative traverse sensitivity, representativeness, accuracy, completeness, accessibility, and coverage. Those are the pillars that impact on representativeness. I'm not going to get into detail of what all of them mean. And the second element of representative is that the difference in algorithmic performance based on development location further stresses the importance of representativeness. Okay? So I've underscored and I'm making the point in many ways now of representation. So that's the one issue. The next issue of inequality, after representativeness of data, is design. Now, in the field of information systems and in software engineering, we've dealt with design of data for a long time. But I have, and together with my students, we've done a lot of work on what comprises user-centered design. How do we create e-government that is just and that considers the users, but yet we don't have a say. How many of you have ever, and I don't know, in fact, at the moment there's something in one of the provincial governments, which I won't say which province, but even with national government, with all of our efforts of trying to bring about e-service, to what extent has the citizens been involved? So, besides user-centeredness, we have the issue of ethical principles. Okay? So in designing AI, and this is where we probably need policy, and this is quite a global debate, how do you govern what AI developers do, and is it possible? So there's a number of guidelines that have been developed, and you'll see them here. These are internationally based guidelines, so there's a lot of work, including at the EU, and of course I don't have the AU here because the AU is still developing it, right? So there's sets of guidelines around ethical use, okay? And in the IEEE guidelines, they state that autonomous and intelligent systems should prioritize and have as their goal the explicit honoring of our alienable fundamental rights and dignity, as well as the increase of human flourishing and environmental sustainability. Now, it's quite lofty, and how do you encompass this in system design? And this is where the big debate is, because before AI becomes out of control, how do we begin to manage so that rights and all of these other matters are not trampled upon? So there are a number of principles here for ethical and value-based design, and again, I'm not going to take time to get through each of them, but these are principles by which the global debates around this are seeking in terms of how do you develop policy with inter-country agreements? Because think about it. You're using ChatGPT here on your browser. ChatGPT doesn't belong to a company in South Africa. So if we have a global agreement, how do we govern software companies regardless of where they are? So these are some of the principles: human rights, well-being, agency, effectiveness, etc. And of course, coming back then, how all of this is meaningless when a large number of people are outside of the society. So where are the policy discourses? We have started to make some go at this at the African Union. There's a digital transformation policy. There's a data policy framework for Africa. And in South Africa, there are a number of policies that might lend itself, but these are the policies that I've identified that lend themselves to doing some kind of policy around AI and ethical design and the like. So these might be some of the founding policies that would have bearing on that. So the perpetuation of digital inequality then is that we are also focused on the matter of what I've just discussed with you, but if you look at the third bullet there, right, we are not focusing then on how AI might be used to support social and economic development challenges. So while AI is driven by data, large numbers of people who are not active will remain outcasts. But the reality is that these are software that might potentially have benefits for poor and marginalized people. So my argument is that the focus must shift. While we've made progress in relation of privacy and protection, the discussion, debates, and policy frameworks suggest that the focus on how AI can be used to support economic growth, there's no evidence of focus on inclusion and diversity matters. So we are caught up on this and on the ethics, etc., and we're now not focusing on how do we do inclusion. So in the African Union, they use the term leapfrog in the policy, but it's without thinking, in my view, about the possibility as we leapfrog to deepen poverty and entrench digital inequality. So finally then, what do we say about AI and e-participation? I think it's an opportunity to innovate and develop new models of e-participation, so we've got to think about it innovatively. I think you can also potentially stimulate demand. I spoke about demand stimulation in my community informatics framework, and bring more citizens into the periphery. AI can promote enhanced data analysis from citizens' input, etc., improve policy making as a result. AI has the potential to improve user experience. Right now, my reading of all potential participation electronic experiences in this country is that they're dismal. And it can improve personal engagement. However, okay, thank you. That's just in time, Doc. So the challenges will prevail, okay, if we don't recognize and we don't handle this firmly. In other words, in this country, I trace back our first key policies around digital inequality from around 2007, which was 2 years after the Second World Summit. We are still struggling. And of course, I'll need another seminar to unpack for you why I think we are struggling. The bias and fairness issues and the digital divide issues. Okay? These are the two key challenges. And we now have a new matter when we talk about digital inequality and digital divide. We can never no more just talk about digital divide without talking about the issue of bias and fairness in the way technology plays a role. So, how do we mitigate this? AI holds significant promise, as far as I'm concerned, for enhancing e-participation. But as we think about it, it's essential to address the challenges that I've highlighted today. In the case study that I was going to present, we must increase participation in data infrastructure by dealing with these pillars of digital inequality. And the mitigation strategy that I would like to present as the case, and the Data Services Market Inquiry Report in South Africa, you'll see as a consequence of inputs we made to the Commission, the creation and entry of community networks is cited in this report. In fact, this report has resulted in an amendment or a planned amendment for a key legislation, which I'll talk about in part 2 of the presentation. And so this input, or this thing of community networks that I'm going to talk to you about next, is the first example of policy impact that we've made in terms of real-world innovation, a spin-out from the university, and making a difference in actual policy. And so in the next part, I'm going to present to you a case study on a community network. So, Chair, I will stop there just in time for 2 minutes before lunch. And I hope that the lunch will not interrupt your focus on the issues we've discussed, because the two parts of the presentation kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I don't know if you want to do the lunch convening, but I'll pause at this point. No, no, the whole phone is a picture. So you can zoom in if you want. Yep. Okay.
Okay. So, was your primary shot this podium? Okay. So talk to me and I'll come guide you. Iris. Okay. See if you can get the shot that you used to. Lindo, there's one technical challenge. I put the P2 there. For this session, you're not going to get that. Blessing. Oh, maybe to another camera. But you're not recording. You're recording it. Blessing. No, on the card is not recording. What audio feed is going to that camera? Main. This mic here is split. Yeah, this is going to be so this what's connected to that? Maybe. Now, anything connected to that one? No, nothing. Oh, I changed the camera. The audio is not okay. Go put the headphones on there and see. Do you know how to adjust the audio? No, it's coming through. It's just not. Maybe he knows exactly. Yeah, but this is not the bad camera. This is the other one. So, therefore, yeah. So, if I'm not bad one, do you know the menu? Right, go ahead. Today. Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check sound on camera 1. Camera 1, sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're saying it's a mix from the desk to that camera. Okay, Blessing, do what you said. Run it to the other camera. Yeah.
Sure. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Okay, sure. Mfethu ngiyakhuluma man. Ufuna lobe ngiqhubeka ngikhuluma. Showcase. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Ngafika ke 10. Whenever I'm behind the mic, ngiyazi ukuthi kumele ngikhulume. Mic test 1 2 1 2. So right. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Camera sound testing. Mic test 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24. Agcina nini ukubala? Qhubeka ngikhuluma. Okay. Ngibe? Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Oh my God. Mic. What's going on? Ngabe uyangithola? Noma uyazithola? Enze njani? Bathi angikhulume. Uzokhuluma. Yeah, bro. Bafuna ngifunda. Development participation policy, modeling and artificial intelligence in the global south. 1st July to 10th July 2024. Yeah, that's how I talk. Sure. All right. They say I must sing a song. I don't know how to sing, but I can sing. Really? Ha. Janzo, okay. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Okay. Thank you. Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2. All right. Can't do this. Can't do this fake. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test. Ngikhulume da. Mic test 1 2 1 2. Mic test 1 2. All right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch and a lovely break. I'm just going to hand over back to Prof. Pather, and he can then continue with his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we know if the presentation is visible to the online participants? Are you sorting it out? All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a good lunch. Sunday afternoon, sunny Durban, post-lunchtime. It can't be the best of times for intellectual stimulation. So please take a deep breath. You're here. This is, you've committed to the summer school. Let's see if I can keep you intellectually stimulated. So in the next part of the presentation, I want to get to specifics. One of the requests that was made was to present a case study. And so the case study I am presenting is around a case of how to deal with the challenges that I presented in the first half, which is how do you bring those who are excluded into the digital society such that the challenges of data representativeness and all of the associated inequalities might be mitigated. And so to take you through the case study, I'll touch not just on the case, but firstly remind ourselves of the problem context and touch on some of the policy matters and the like. So this is pretty much a case then about the prevailing digital divide in this country, and I suppose many other countries, if you remember the ITU stats that we looked at. For me, the mandate around ICT facilitated development. And so I like to speak about it that way because there's a lot of policy that talks about access to ICT, as I pointed out, the challenge of supply, a supply-side policy versus a demand-led policy. So we'd like to think about ICT-facilitated development. And first and foremost, I presented to you this here, which I think all of our constitution rests on this thing called the Freedom Charter, the principles adopted. The Constitution, the National Development Plan, which has quite a lofty goal around the digital divide. The World Summit on Information Society, this is the white paper, the ICT Integrated White Paper, and then the SDGs. So all of these things are broad policy and related matters for me which intermingle and provide the mandate for ICT facilitated development. We can't achieve, and part of the mandate for this presentation was to relate to the SDGs. The SDGs are quite broad, and I will mention one of them. But there is a lot of consensus that the internet or access to the internet, use of the internet is key to achieving the SDGs. Among the various SDGs is Goal 9C. But like many other goals of the SDG where e-participation might reside, those goals can be catalyzed, the achievement of them, through integrating information and communication technologies. But first and foremost, we need the resilient infrastructure. And so Goal 9C specifically talks about the increase to access to information and communications technologies. And together with a more holistic, or if you go back to the community informatics framework I presented, I believe that there's a better chance of achieving the other goals. So the problem is that despite well-founded policies, rural communities, and much of my talk is about rural communities, are neglected and remain outside of the information society. There's no dispute, including at the level of the United Nations, where we as South Africa are actively involved. But the reality that I work with in this case study is that the rural poor are the least connected and remain squarely outside of the information society. Here are some policy milestones. We are 21 years since the World Summit that I already mentioned, 17 years since the Information Society and Development Plan. It was President Mbeki then. He even had a presidential advisory committee on the Information Society. 11 years since we launched a bid as a country on what was called the Broadband Plan. And 7 years since we rewrote the white paper and produced a new white paper. And the reality is that there is underserved communities. The speaker before me spoke about some of the initiatives in metro and peri-urban communities, but it is a historical problem. It comes across starkly in geography, urban versus rural, importantly around income, the cost to communicate. There is, I believe, what I call implementation lethargy on our policies, because I think we have good policies. If you go and look at SA Connect, digital migration, that's a story for another day. For those of you who know what digital migration is about, it is supposed to be, and it's embarrassing, because as a country, we have lagged behind many in South Africa, where we are going to switch off the analog broadcast of TV, so that TV is only broadcast via digital. The dividend of that is that the spectrum through which TV is broadcasted is going to be made available so that you could have cheaper, faster wireless broadband available, so to free up the spectrum. We have not concluded this digital migration. And I've already explained to you the supply side dominance. The ICT sector itself is robust, it's massive. Revenues, this is the 2021, I wonder if I got my date right, I thought I updated this. State of the ICT sector, about 194 billion to 201 billion, B for billion in 2020. National population coverage has increased. So I often have this debate, and I've had some fellow academics who work in mobile who say, but why do you talk of a digital divide? There's the stat here. 100% close to mobile penetration, so why is there a digital divide? And you have such a large number of smartphone subscription, and I argue vehemently against it, and I'll tell you why. Interestingly, in legislation, Chapter 14 of the Electronic Communications Act states that 0.2% of licensees' revenue, not profit, revenue, there's the figures there, must be paid into the Universal Service and Access Fund. It's a legislated fund. It is being used. It is being deployed to attend to the digital divide. It's been in the Act. It was previously called under a slightly different name. I'll come back to that point. The next problem with where we is of the situation, and this depicts the urban versus rural issue, is that you can see the penetration and the, well, you know, it doesn't matter. Rural, 91, 82, this is a bit outdated. It might be a bit better. It wouldn't be so much different. Let's just take, I don't know, Limpopo, urban, 79%. So 80%, wow. You know, why then is there a divide? First and foremost, all of this penetration is serviced by about 2 or 3 companies. When that happens, there's a lack of competition, prices remain high. And then, as I've pointed in my first part of the presentation, the availability of a network on its own is not sufficient. These principles, in the last presentation, I gave you 4 pillars that uphold the divide. These come directly from the ICT white paper, and the ICT white paper basically is a framework for policy. And it states that universal service to telecoms can only be achieved if these pillars, availability, affordability, accessibility, awareness, ability or skills, and quality of service, are all of the factors to enable access, universal service, and access to telecoms. So, with all of that in mind, what is the state of affairs? Well, we've looked at this in the last presentation. Okay? If you look at South Africa, the rural picture, and rural at the moment, depending which stats you look at, because stats say stop publishing the data to separate urban and rural, but it's about 32% of the population. If you look at this worldwide, you could see the divide here. There's Africa, urban versus rural. And it is the urban versus rural chasm is not so bad in other continents as it is in Africa. And here we have data that shows us rural. This is, of course, in terms of access to the house. So here's rural at home, being able to access at home, 1.7%. At work, 4%. Using a mobile device, 66%. And at a cafe, 4.4%. And then this is, again, the at-home. And at-home is about 14.5% versus anywhere, This is from the 2023 community survey, is about 80%. So not bad. But when you look at worldwide ways, South Africa, we are here playing along with the least developed countries. Yet we are not among the least development countries, which tells you then that our entire telecoms space and digital divide is not that healthy. The question is, does mobile conquer the digital divide? And again, my answer is not entirely, because there's a significant penetration, yes. But is it affordable? The answer is no. Is a mobile device enough for accomplishing livelihood tasks? In one of the surveys I did on public access centers in the Western Cape, can anybody guess what was the most sought after service from the internet kiosks in the libraries? What is the most sought after service by people in the townships visiting the library computer centers? Anybody can guess? Tied up to that, job application was second, but in relation to that, what was number one? On the right track. Yeah? It was a bit lower down, but in order to enable a job application, you have to produce a CV, right? How many of you can successfully develop your CV on a? So the mobile device has a lot of constraints. No matter what we might think, increasingly we can achieve more. This goes back to 95, very interesting a theoretical perspective called technology task fit, which is something we have to keep in mind. Then the next part of our challenge is this here, and this is where the case study prevails. This is a schematic from the ITU, an ITU toolkit. ITU is the International Telecoms Union, which is a division of the United Nations. And it's a market, reflecting the market of telecoms. And essentially what this states is that given the average economics of country, there will always be this here. So that region, which is what we call the true access gap, there will always be people who can't afford, no matter what you cost the telecommunications to be. There will be this zone of smart subsidy, but there will always be this. And for me, the current state of affairs in rural South Africa represents this thing called the true access gap. So all the normal policies of SA, Connect, and the rest of it are fine, but they do not attend to populations in our country who reside in this place called the true access gap because of not just affordability, all sorts of other factors that prevail amongst poor communities. Community networks is, I wouldn't call it an emerging concept now, but we've introduced it into the parlance of information, ICT for development, and it is a response to the digital divide. It's increasingly found itself in international policies, such as at the ITU, and of course, I will point this out recently, most recently in our South African bill, which has begun to realize that. In Africa, some countries are beginning to recognize the role of community networks, such as in Uganda, Kenya, and Zimbabwe. They've already accommodated for them, and then countries such as Mexico. So the case is something called, the project's called Zenzeleni. It demonstrates for me an innovative bottom-up community-centric, community-owned network, which, if we can scale and replicate, will deal with the challenges I pointed out in phase one of the presentation. It means do it for yourself. It's a not-for-profit company. It's a spin-off from the University of the Western Cape, and its roots lie in the initial PhD and then postdoc work of my colleague, Dr. Carlos Rey Moreno, in the period. I've already explained this to you, but this is an important, so as a community network implementation, It's a project that's designed to deal with all of these elements of the community informatics framework. It's been so these are some examples of awards that we've won over time. The project is designed to deal with these barriers, as I pointed out in the initial presentation. So it's been going on for some time. It's a classic example of innovation because we grapple with the notion of research and then innovating the research. Post the 2016 period, from about 2017, when the broadband network was first built, you could call that the period of innovation. We've had some funding from, among others, from the Technology Innovation Agency in the period 2019 up to 22, where the model's been scaled. But it's interesting, there's a number of partners, both locally and internationally, including from government, who have supported the project in different ways over a period of time. My challenge is that whilst we've had these government partners, there's still a great difficulty to have this replicated and scaled, and to get, for a number of reasons. But this is evidence of how we can deal with the rural challenge. The village is called Mankosi. It's in the municipality of Nyandeni in Old Tambo district. There's about 580 households, 3,500 people. It's very rural, deep rural. It's not easily accessible, low access to basic services. There is now electricity, which is probably for about 5 years now. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, that you cannot talk about a digital society when small sway parts of the communities like this continue to stand outside. So we currently grow. It started off in Mankosi. There are now four different communities that the network operates in. Pre-2015, and sorry, where this seems to be working on it. Pre-2015, this is the data collected by Carlos as part of his PhD work. But this is the reality for communities now who don't have affordable access. People rely on the mobile phone. They spend a huge chunk of their disposable income in well, voice is not used so often, but in data, because people have an increasing reliance on data, okay? And about 8.25% bought internet bundles in a month. And the data then showed that 15% sacrificed basic food to use voice telephony. And the reason for that, as you might imagine, in 2015, the high volume of people working outside of the village who were the source of income. The main source of income for these communities is social grants. So when people are working outside, you want to stay in contact to ensure that people from the families who are the migration labor per se are able to transmit money back. The project started by creating a cooperative. This is the cooperative. This is registered at CIPC as a cooperative, and the information telecoms regulator in the country gave this group of people a license exemption to run and operate a network. And it's really interesting to follow, the individual stories. I mean, Tata Lukosi is a member of the cooperative. He grew up, from a young age working in the mine. And this quote from him is typical of the realization of what telecoms means to a community like this. Now, it doesn't mean that up to now there was no MTN has a weak signal. At the moment, it's like a 2G to a 3G. But can you imagine that if somebody had 10 Rand to spend on a data voucher, by the way, it's not just 10 Rand, because getting services, people bring vouchers to the village. And if it costs 10 Rand in Mthatha, it'll cost 12 Rand 50 or 13 Rand here, because the cost of somebody to bring it. That's the reality of understanding suddenly how different opportunities prevail. Part of the model is about using local people as technicians, teaching them how to construct and develop the network. So these are examples of training workshops and skilling people to work on the networks, develop the local network. I'm not going to get into the details and technicalities of the network. I wonder, there might be a picture here somewhere. No gender bias. And when we start talking about the presence of a network and its ability to create, in my community informatics slide, I spoke about self-empowerment, realizing the potential to develop economically. The evidences of networks doing that, and here's an example. The ladies in the village, on their own accord, this is, I got the pictures the other way about, but this is through the Dell Foundation and Computer Aid International, we put in this lab, solar lab, so there now is a computer lab. But they, on their own accord, said they want to start a garden. Nobody even took this to them. And they asked the teacher who was trained at the lab, they want to watch videos, because the notion of watching videos on YouTube is not foreign. And so they learned on their own how to establish a food garden, and they've established this, and they're now running a business. Now a lab with internet that the community can come to, with actual computers to overcome the task challenges of mobile devices, is making a huge difference. Okay? And all of this happening relatively inexpensively. This is just more pictures of the lab. This is Mama Sekau, who's actually the wife of the headman. She's involved in the project. She sent me this via WhatsApp on Thursday, saying they've come to the next graduation. So this is a major thing in the village. Kids and some adults graduating with ICDL certificates. Nobody taught them before formally about using computers. So ICDL and what you accomplish on a mobile phone are very different sets of skills. So there's many more anecdotal examples, but all of this is possible. Now the model has 5 parts of it: technical, organizational, legal, financial, sustainable, and the sustainability part. The sustainability part we are still grappling with, as I'll demonstrate. But very quickly, I'm just trying to figure out how much to say. There are no engineering students here, are there? Somebody told me they're in engineering, no? Okay, but in essence, to create and run a network in the country, you need a license. But this network runs on unlicensed spectrum, so there's a wireless spectrum, a wireless network, which is, the starting point is hosted at Walter Sisulu in the data center, because you have to have what's called an internet point of presence. Anyway, the technical solutions around this is not so difficult. There's about 60-kilometer wireless link, and then there are towers here, and then it feeds the villages. The network speeds are not great. I mean, many of you might have fiber and the like, and 50 and 100 megabits, but at the wireless hotspots, it's between 2 to 4 megabits. Small businesses will pay a bit more, get a little bit of better speed. But it is enough. It has been enough to demonstrate economic and social catalyzation. These are the number of hotspots and network equipment that we have. To date, we've spent 700, and keep the figure in mind, I'm going to come to another figure later on. To date, we've spent, on all of this to project and grant funding, about 710,000 rands on network assets. What is the organizational structure? Initially, we had started with this cooperative. So we had the romantic vision of local people like the cooperative to own and run the network. We would train them, transfer skills. That hasn't been possible. We had to rethink it. The cooperative, lots of challenges. But this is some of the independent assessment we did to assess the cooperatives, business, legal, social, staff, backhaul, etc. They are still involved, but not as independent owners. So we had to change the model. The revised two-tier model then changed from a cooperative ownership. One of the challenges with the cooperative ownership, and at the moment, Department of Small Business is trying to promote cooperatives. We haven't got so much of evidence of many cooperatives being successful as we saw in this case. Part of the challenge was about ownership. We are about 10 of us in the community. Who owns what? Or how? So, number of challenges. So it's been transformed into what we call a three-stage micro-enterprise growth model, where we've changed it so that there's no individual or no cooperative, but individual micro-entrepreneurs in the system. And then there's a meso or not-for-profit, and this is where we maintain the skills with partners, including myself from UWC. I'm the chair of the board. Although I'm the chair of the board, this is a real-world project and research lab, if I use it in inverted commas, in which takes up my time almost every day of my working life. And we not only are running the project, but we've used the project with great success to bring about policy amendment and change in the country, to the extent that this project is now well known amongst those departments in government who need to know about it. What is different is that this is the average operator, telecoms operator, who is driven by profit and who is interested in selling but not interested in use and benefit. And this layer is about affordability. At the moment, it was 25 Rand for a voucher for 1 month for a Wi-Fi hotspot voucher. We just increased the price to 35 Rand for 1 month of access. 35 Rand otherwise would buy you an MTN voucher, which would last a school kid, for example, who was trying to use it, probably half an hour or so, depending. Okay? And our model examines uptake and effective use. So the data shows that previously the economic transformation, because in the revenue model, 1/3 of the voucher sales stay with the micro-entrepreneur. 2/3 come back to because the not-for-profit needs money to keep the organization running. But a large part of the revenue stays in the local community rather than it being transmitted to shareholders. And if any of you want to see how much the CEO of Vodacom and MTN earned in the last financial year, I'm even scared to mention the number here. So there are 3 levels. So somebody can manage a Wi-Fi hotspot and be a voucher reseller, and it's not a full-time, you can't earn a livelihood because vouchers are 35 Rand, depending how many people you are able to sell to, but you maintain 1/3 of it, so it is some income. For many of these people, there are no jobs, so the income is some income. They can then transit to level 2, where there's value-added services, and you can then begin to take charge of a number of hotspots. And then you can transit, but we haven't come to this yet, where somebody can say, I will run the network in this square 3 or 5 kilometers or whatever it is. The structure is the board, there's a general manager. We are very fortunate to have a network partner or a wholesaler based in East London, who was actually one of the first universal service area licensees. That's another story that goes back to 2007, the history in this country, a failed project of government, but who was very sympathetic and from whom this network wholesaler. So the way things work is, if you want to provide network, there's nothing for free. You got to purchase, let's say, wholesale internet bandwidth from somewhere. This partner sells us the band, they're what we call a level 2 reseller, to us at cost. Broadband Infraco is a state-owned company. So they've been trying to partner with us because the minister said go and help. And each time I've sat with them, they give us quotes that is far more expensive for tier 2 reselling than we get from this partner. So a private partner is more prepared to come to the party to sell us cheap bandwidth so we can service a rural community than a state-owned entity, which is where there's something not right in the way we are trying to deal with things as a state. And then, of course, these are all of the other layers of things that happen in the business. From legal and regulatory, telecoms doesn't happen in a free-for-all. It's regulated. And so the infrastructure, the network, nobody worries about because we use free spectrum, and unlicensed spectrum. But part of the problem of using unlicensed spectrum is the ability to provide better quality network with a farther reach. At the moment, I'll show you when I come to picture, but using unlicensed spectrum means we can only do so much. We have what's called electronic communication network service licenses as the not-for-profit for these districts, and that's potentially who we can serve, right? Up to 1.5 million. The two cooperatives that we started have private, what they call private network exemptions. The regulator was kind enough to come to the party and they exempted those two cooperatives from having a license. We have a reseller exemption and we have what's called a not-for-profit. So the regulator of the country, the ICASA, Independent Communication Association of South Africa, has been very friendly and supportive to our mission. And in fact, by and large, most of government, DSI through TIA funded us over 2 years as part of testing, but we have not yet been able to scale. So what are the products? There are two products. At the moment, or maybe it's, I think I might have written this wrong. I think 30 or 35 rand now. I'm trying to, because this has just been a very recent change. We are testing it out. But people can afford this for 1 month, okay? And then we have people who are like small business owners. There are a number of stories here of how small businesses have flourished as a result of having stable Wi-Fi. We hosted a summit of community networks about 2 years ago. There was a storm and the network from the national operators were down. Our network was still up and running. And this is what we've estimated. 63 times cheaper than the cost of what somebody would buy from an operator. Currently, because of the small scale, there's about 8,000 or so per month that gets retained from, there's only a few voucher resellers. When we look at, because in the Wi-Fi hotspots, there's no limit. You use as much as you need for a voucher on a device. And also the other thing in rural areas, there's a lot of sharing. So people share a lot. So even though you might have so many vouchers sold, the number of people it impacts on is far greater. But when we estimate the actual bandwidth used, we come up with that the actual cost, although it's 35 rand, but the actual cost, when we look at it from analysis, is like 1 rand per gigabyte on average. This is what we have as an income from those that we call anchor, or the small business clients. And so this has been consistently going up to, at the moment, it's about closer to 40,000 rands per month. So this is where the challenge is. How do you make this sustainable? I can explain how to make it sustainable, but it's a grapple. We need government to play a part. We need other partners to support, because I really do believe that this can be scaled. There is a business model canvas for social enterprises. And here, at the top layer, you can see the impacts that we at the highest level. The first one being access. The next one is access to the resources for livelihoods and improvement of livelihoods. And in this project, there's evidence of the improvement of livelihoods in it. I'm not going to go through the rest of the canvas because I want to allow time for us to have questions. Here's the figure I wanted to show you about. About a year, 2 years ago, that fund I told you about, in which 0.2% goes in, It's run by the Universal Service Agency of South Africa. I know it well. I sat on the board over a decade ago. But about 70 million rand was granted to a company to do schools connectivity in the OR Tambo district. 70 million rand. Keep in mind my figures. We've spent about 700,000 rands now on equipment, and we are still going strong, struggling but going strong. If we got this grant from government, I promise you, we would have grown and expanded this business and would be providing 30 or 35 rand vouchers to people across that entire. There's nothing to show for this, by the way. There's nothing to show for this. The company, when I last found out, is filed for bankruptcy. Over the period of time, and from about 20 of the grants that we've got, is a total of about 11.5 million rand that we got, including from TR, DSI, South African SAB Foundation, Mozilla Foundation, the people who supported us. So I think this is evidence that in the true access gap, there needs to be an ongoing subsidy, right? Or, and I think the ongoing subsidy may not be the idea, we've calculated that if we had money to scale, we can generate enough income to pay a small team and to maintain a network as a not-for-profit. So provide the cheap internet, run the business. We partner with others who are doing social and other catalyst things, like we partnered with people to come and do training on how to repair cell phones, and some people earning money by repairing cell phones, and all sorts of other types of partnerships. That what's been happening from the early innovation days, this is the expenditure, this is the income, the gap's been closing, but we're still struggling with this, right? And in other words, it's a chicken and egg. So if we had, let's say, a 2 million rand grant tomorrow, we could invest it wisely, that I am quite positive that we would then be self-sufficient and would close the gap. You just need to close the gap, and then you need to have enough money to expand the network to sell enough 35 rand vouchers, and because there is demand, there is pent-up demand in rural South Africa for 35 rand vouchers. So we have evidence then, colleagues, that we are able to serve the true access gap. The Universal Service Fund is not effective. In fact, the white paper calls for the dismantlement of that fund, which hasn't happened yet. So for the way forward, we believe now that if we forget that we want an ongoing subsidy, that if we had the right funding, but the only subsidy we would need is a capex to start off. So if you want to replicate this in Limpopo, with a capex, which the USAF has of about 2 million rand, you can create a self-sustainable network business in 24 months, and you can generate enough sales to have a sustainable business model. On condition the business model is not for profit, and it works with partnership with other government departments and other partners to drive the social and economic projects that can feed off the presence of a network. Now, for example, the fact that there is a network, we've been trying to encourage people in the village to apply for jobs, apply for grants, apply for scholarships. Simple thing like constructing an email has been difficult. Now, coming back to AI, you can use AI quite effectively for simple tasks that don't necessarily reflect bias. So now some of them have been taught, and they're using ChatGPT to help them write emails, formal emails, for example. Those types of applications don't entrench bias and the like, and it can be used. So there's a vast potential for growth. We've even connected a rural hospital. I was there, I met with the board about trying to extend it to get the Department of Eastern Cape Health to pay for that. We connected them for free because the doctors came appealing to us. If you listen to the stories of the doctors of how the presence of the internet transformed their ability to manage clinical diagnosis, because we onboarded for them an app, a clinical diagnosis app called Vula, I think it was, Vula. Cut a long story short, that has, okay, government is a different story, and that's for another day. Talking about the school connectivity and the 70 million rands, these are the numbers of schools that are in sight of our network. Government has money for schools connectivity, okay? As in the 70 million rands it tried to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are, this in summary is the end of the case study. I think we have evidence that this can be done. It's taken some time with the innovation and with the testing and trialing, but we think we have the right evidence. It needs the right partners. These are just some areas where ongoing support is required. The last part of this to show you is this is the Electronic Communications Act, the principal act that governs telecoms. This bill was produced in 22, but don't ask me why it was now only published for comment in 2023. But here, this has been a major, and the only community network that's been lobbying in South Africa has been Zenzeleni. So we are very proud that we've managed to achieve this level of policy impact in that the act is going to be amended to now bring into the telecom space for South Africa formally the notion of community networks. My struggle about this happening is, even to date, we work closely with government. We've not been able to gender the right amount of support. But I remain hopeful. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the point of AI, there's potential, but the eradication of the divide is key, firstly, to ensure bias and fairness prevails in the way AI systems are trained, and secondly, to ensure that AI is accessible to all people to lend support to problem solving, even if it is like, how do you construct an email? Forgive me for the typo and for support of everyday tasks. The next conclusion is that the development of network infrastructure that's both accessible and big underscore, affordable, is key to enable e-participation. I didn't put in here the point of user-centered design, which I've already mentioned, because e-participation won't happen without user-centered design. But if you don't have access to affordable network, people can't participate electronically. We've demonstrated this with Zenzeleni. We need policy to be enacted. We have good policy, we're not enacting them to ensure that communities have access, and effective cooperation and planning is required. I've been around colleagues with various ministers talking about e-government and the like. We have struggled. We have struggled in government to get coherence around this matter. But it's possible with coherent strategy from Parliament. There are massive opportunities at the three levels of government. And lastly, the evidence from my research is that if there is user-friendly e-government, it will promote the adoption and uptake of a network, and in turn will lead people to start realizing the other economic opportunities that prevail from the network. And that's the case study, Chair and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I don't know if there's time for questions, Chair, but I'm in your hands. Yes. Sorry, there's a round of hands. I'm just checking with the AV guys. Do we leave it like this? Okay.
Okay, thanks for the presentation, Prof.
Sorry, wait, let me just get the hands. Is somebody managing who goes first? There was a hand, okay. One and then two here. All right, please go ahead.
Yes, I feel like, Prof, the more you kept going was the more I had to scratch my questions off because you kept answering them. And that didn't make me so happy. But thank you so much. I think last year, somewhere in December, when I saw on the news just of the impact of this kind of an initiative in the communities, it seems so unrealistic, the affordability of data in that space when you look at the cost of data in South Africa and in Africa generally, and just how expensive it is. And it must have taken a lot of work to put that in place and to ensure that there is sustainability. But I think it's one of the best cases of what we always talk about, the issues of co-creation, user-centric designs, etc. And it becomes very difficult for me to ask this question because the prerequisite to e-participation platforms is data. But I'm going to ask it anyway, Prof. Just for a researcher who wishes to take a co-creation approach to try and derive at a point where you can either come up or rather adopt an e-participation platform that speaks directly to the community and design that with the community. Just some of the maybe advices or strategies that one can follow if they go into that space from a research perspective, because that's what currently I'm trying to look at, co-creation of e-participation platforms, as opposed to the imposed e-participation platforms that are often misaligned with the environment at which they are being implemented. But thank you so much for the great presentation. I've had to scratch all my questions as you kept going. Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay. What's your field of study? What are you in?
I'm in the School of Housing, so currently trying to look at how best can e-participation strengthen the beneficiary participation in decision making.
Okay. The next hand was?
Thanks. Sorry if this is a stupid question because it's not my field.
No stupid questions. No questions are stupid.
Looking at the business case, it looked from how popular you are and that there's pent-up demand, that there should be some sort of nudge possible to make this either a mutual or community-owned or a social bond or something. I mean, how much money do you estimate it would take from government to either cut the cost of data by nationalising some of the cable width or providing some de-risking mechanism to scale this? Because it looks like such a perfect idea that, is there a business model that could do community ownership of some form or other?
Okay. And was there a third question? No. Okay. Well, let's take the third one.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. My questions, I don't know if you have managed to cover them, because the presentation was quite long and we at times get lost. The first question I want to ask is, how can we ensure that AI is used to supplement rather than replace human teaching and interaction? Then the second question is, what progress have we made in developing LLM, large language models for African languages, and which languages have been prioritized so far? Because for me, I don't know, I feel like there's like some sort of linguistic imperialism. Everything else is in English, yet at times we struggle with this language.
Okay. Look, there's a lot of work, the first question, a lot of work being done on co-creation and how to, in relation to government and e-government. An ex-student of mine from Uganda, there's a paper about this, I forget which journal, but he called it the design reality gap, that governments are designing, but there's a gap because citizens, it's outside of the limit of citizen. And he made a number of both theoretical and practical recommendations in the PhD, and there's one paper. So there's a lot that's sitting in, but some of it sits in design science, which is in information systems. but from your field, there might be areas from which to ask the question differently so that you could develop and research something from within your own field. But there is a lot of work that's been done. Some of it, as I say, is in the information system, some of it in the ICT for D space. You need to know where to look. But I would argue there is still a lot of room to continue investigating it, even in a South African context, if you have an appetite to pursue it. Around the business case and a nudge from government and the like, the issue is that it's not that straightforward. There are a number of pieces that have to, so government can't, for example, governments tried. They had something called a wireless open access network, a WOAN, we called it, and some people said it's a MOAN more than a WOAN, and we didn't quite realize, but government intended to create a network which would then call upon other parties, and its network was first and foremost to service government departments. Now in the Western Cape, I've been part of a project where we actually trialed it, and it's worked to a certain extent, but not so much, where government said, we'll invest in the network, our cost, but it is to supply telecoms to our facilities. And they've done so, and massive savings to their own telecoms. And then we'll call on others to piggyback off the spare capacity at cheap prices and provide. But we have not been able to get enough people to come to piggyback on that spare capacity, which is where I think government, so it's not about nationalizing the networks and the like. There's regulatory, there's the financial component, and there's what is the organizational makeup of something that can result. So the thing of a nudge, I think what we've presented in the case gives you all of the elements that require to be nudged or to be coordinated to come together. And unfortunately, I think, it requires more commitment to do this. So it's not a silly question. It's a question on everybody's mind, but the will is there. We have not been able to make it happen. And also it requires different stakeholders from government to come together to make something like this happen. So it's a bit more than a nudge. It's about coordinating the different elements that will result in people being able to buy data and there's no such thing as free. Somebody was talking to me the other day and they said free. There's been no example, including Project Isizwe in Gauteng, Pretoria, that has demonstrated we can build and we can give away free internet. It's not sustainable. There's no such thing. How can AI, look, there are a number of use cases for AI supplementing teaching and learning. No doubt, I'm sure UKZN is, because I know there was a seminar I was invited to, online one, Prof. Miyani, a month or two ago. Almost all universities are looking into this. There's certainly aspects of use cases that are being developed and can be developed to allow artificial intelligence to help us teach better and to make learning more effective. We have to work it out. The initial reaction from a number of academics was, oh, and assessments, a lot of focus on assessments and cheating. But we've turned that tide as academics to say, but we have a technological innovation which can help us to teach better. Again, I would be very guarded myself as to how we do this because of the issues I described in the first presentation around biases and the like. But there is no doubt, because of the capability of AI systems to do what it does, there is a lot of potential, which is why I'm also arguing that if we can get cheap networks available to people in the country, there are several. I mean, I have two other students, one working on an AI access to justice question, and another working on an access to health question, which are both use cases for AI. So with carefully thought out designs, you can use AI, leaving aside the bias and other problems, to effectively deal with social and economic problems. And the last part of your question was, there are a number of people working on this already. I can't name all of them because I'm meeting people all the time, but there are a number of people who have taken on the challenges of languages and which languages are being used. And so that's right. A lot of things are in English, but remember, some of the more oft-spoken languages in the world are not just English. It's Spanish, then there's Mandarin, and so English is not among the top most spoken languages. But there are people in this country who are working, and I think CSIR is among them at the Meraka. I don't know if they still call the Meraka Institute. Okay. All right.
Are we done with questions?
Prof. Mayeni, yeah, it's late on a Sunday. I think people don't want to ask questions.
Prof, I just needed to ask a very, I'm sure what I say, some of these questions. I'm not familiar with the jargon, Prof. You should bear with me.
Sure.
Sometimes we talk about digital divide, sometimes digital inequality. So I can't be able to draw some differences there. As I said, that's just a silly question, but it's important for me.
Okay. So, yeah, and sometimes those two terms get used interchangeably, and so apologies if I use them in a way that didn't quite make the distinction clear. So the divide is more a higher level concept, and it's used to simply describe a situation in which there are haves and have-nots. And so conceptually at that highest level, we use the term digital divide to talk about the simple notion that there are those who are digitally enabled and those who are not. As a consequence of the digital divide, there are a number of inequalities that perpetuate. So as much as we talk of different types of inequalities in the world, including in relation to gender and the like, the word inequalities or the term digital inequalities then describe the specifics that are manifested in society as a consequence of there being a divide. And so the extent of inequalities then, firstly, are specifics as we've pointed out in the case. So the inequalities prevail around the pillars of affordability, skills, and accessibility and the like. And those inequalities in turn create or have an effect on perpetuating other commonly known inequalities around social and economic inequalities. So the digital inequalities serve to perpetuate the well-known social and economic equalities, but we have specific descriptors of what we call digital inequalities.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. It looks like Prof, they are already tired.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues.
Oh, we've forgotten our colleagues online, but I'm sure they will have indicated. It looks like here in the house we are already tired. But those who are online, they are not tired because they are lined up for their presentations. Then can we give them an opportunity to make their presentations? Then we'll only have 3 presentations today. So we are giving 10 each so that by 4 we want to go today. I'm told that the first presenter will be Sibongile Akweteng, who is online. Then the second presentation will be done by Sneko Kushongwe, who is with us here. And the last one will be done by Spelele Ndlovu. And we, colleagues, my professors here, we just getting a different different presentations here because our candidates are working on they're coming from different disciplines. So, but we decided that we'll allow them an opportunity to present. So if you feel that you want to pose some questions to them, what they should be able to look at, you are free to also do so. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. As Prof has indicated, the first presenter will be Usbo. I can see she is online, so she can just go ahead and display her screen or share her screen of the presentation and start presenting. Thank you. Hi, Sbo, are you still with us?
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Afternoon, Sbo.
Hi, I have a problem with flighting my presentation because of where I am. So I sent it through. I don't know if I just have to talk through it without flighting, or I am not sure what we can do at the moment. And I'm worried about the 10 minutes. Please advise.
You can go ahead, Sbo, without the presentation displayed. It's fine.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I can be able to share. What? I'm trying to play with this. I don't know. It's not because I am working on a phone. But let us see if I can be able to flight it. But anyway, I think what is going to help us now is just for me to go ahead, if I may be allowed. Colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. As it has been alluded, I am Sibo Kwete, and I'll be talking to you of the study that I have started working on. And it is really on its early stages, very preliminary stage. I am here exploring the nature and causes of traditional leadership succession struggles. And I have selected 5 districts in KwaZulu-Natal here in South Africa. And my presentation outline, we will talk briefly about the background, where does this come from? I'll also apprise you with the aim, the objectives, the significance of the study. I'll touch briefly on the literature review and research methodology. Then towards closure, it will be a bit on theoretical framework and then the limitations of the study. So the work that I'll be doing is basically, premised on the pieces of legislation. Just to name, I'll just mention two for the sake of time. It's on the Chapter 12 of the Constitution of South Africa, which is Act 108 of 1996 amended, and then also the provincial legislation that guides the affairs of the Institution of Traditional Leadership, which is a Traditional Leadership and Government Framework Act, which is Act 41 of 2003. This act was formulated to provide the recognition of traditional communities and the establishment and recognition of traditional councils and the functions and roles of traditional leaders. So maybe as a background, maybe someone would be like, oh, why the interest on traditional leadership issues? I think it's imperative that I mention. Maybe let us start by saying the institution itself, it has its struggles and succession disputes. And that is why I just want to zoom into these struggles, especially the issues on succession. Why do we have the issues? Why are there disputes, when it comes to succession? And it has increased recently. I think if you listen to the news, you can hear that it is really at its peak. So, but why am I doing this? What informed it? I must say that I work for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which is abbreviated as COGTA. And our department receives a number of claims and disputes from traditional leaders, traditional communities, as you know, that they support traditional communities, just that whole setting. So COGTA, the Traditional Affairs branch, receives these claims, and then some of the claims are dealt with at that level, or they are channeled down to a directorate, which is called Conflict Management and Dispute Resolution. So the conflict management and dispute resolution, if it fails, or if they feel that as they categorize the disputes, that one is above their mandate or above their level, then they would move and send or submit this claim to the Commission on Traditional Leadership, Disputes and Claims. This commission was constituted to resolve the disputes within the traditional leadership space. So as how it goes, the dispute goes from COGTA, the Traditional Affairs branch, and then the Traditional Affairs branch, there are matters that they send to the Conflict Management and Dispute Resolution Directorate, and then from there, matters will go as far as the commission. In terms of the aim of the study, the study is aimed at exploring the nature and causes of traditional leadership succession struggles in 5 selected districts of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, with 5 objectives where we would like to explore the nature and causes of traditional leadership succession disputes amongst different clans in KwaZulu-Natal, also to identify and describe factors and measures that are considered when a traditional leader is appointed in KwaZulu-Natal. Also, we would like to determine the role played by a provincial house of traditional leaders, as well as UKZN in resolving succession disputes in KwaZulu-Natal. We would also like to draw the lessons from other African traditional leadership in resolving succession disputes and see what lessons we can draw for KwaZulu-Natal. And maybe all this would assist in recommending a framework that can be used by stakeholders in minimizing and resolving succession disputes in KwaZulu-Natal. Well, looking at the study itself, I guess it will contribute in identifying the homogeneity and heterogeneity of these traditional practices found in succession matters. And it will also provide a resource and reference for the department in resolving the disputes and minimizing the expenditure in constituting commissions on traditional leadership disputes and claims. Moreover, this work will provide an opportunity to understand traditional leadership institutions in South Africa through the lens of challenges and changes in the light of the history of institution. In light of the history of institution making and democratization process. So I went through literature on traditional leadership traditional leadership as an institution, as well as the issues around the challenges that arise in terms of succession. And I came across a lot of work that has been done. But looking at the work that has been done, I realized that we still have some work to do, and that is why I'm continuing with the work that we are doing in this PhD study. There are different writers who wrote on traditional leadership. They touched on the issue that the traditional leadership's legitimacy is frequently linked to cultural customs and ancestry. And they also indicated that there are challenges, when it comes to its illegitimacy, you trace that back through the the during, and the post-colonial Africa. So this is not just a new thing. It has been there for a long time, and it has undergone the challenges, it has undergone the changes. So these have been explored by a number of writers. However, there's one key issue that is highlighted. It's that there's a lack of codified customary law governing succession processes. So, which is what is underpinning the work that I am doing. So there are a number of writers who also wrote about that. Again, there's an indication in literature on political interference that it is also one of the factors that complicate the succession dynamics. So a number of authors have written about that. Also, they touched on the issues around the socio-economic factors that they contribute to the succession struggles. Those are like your poverty, the inequality, and competition for resources. They say they exacerbate the tension during successions as individuals view or they perceive power and wealth is associated with traditional leadership positions. So the erosion of traditional values in the face of modernization and changing social norms, it weakens the authority of traditional institutions. And again, they touched on the succession disputes that they manifest in various forms. I guess most of you have heard that, I'll make an example of the royal household KwaZulu, whereby they had to take each other to court in terms of deliberating on who exactly is supposed to be in the throne. So there are various forms of the manifestations of the succession disputes. That is legal battles that I touched on, and sometimes it includes violence. And you would find that sometimes the interventions by provincial governments can be questionable. So looking at all those things, you see that this exacerbates the succession disputes. So there are many people who were writing about the issues of the significance of traditional leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. However, they indicated that there are gaps in understanding succession processes and effectively resolving the disputes. So addressing these gaps is crucial, colleagues, for fostering stability and minimizing the societal impact of succession struggles in KwaZulu-Natal. And that has been echoed by a number of writers on the literature that I went through. So that was a summary of the literature that I reviewed. Then in terms of methodology, we are looking into, this study for me, it's going to be mainly qualitative. As I indicated, it will be in KwaZulu-Natal. So I said it's 5 districts. I will explain in shortly. So it's 5 districts. In these 5 districts, there will be 1 clan per sample district. We will be using isiZulu to communicate because we are in KwaZulu-Natal. But there would be other people, of course, who will be comfortable with mixing both isiZulu and English. That will be also allowed. So I think most of you heard me talking about the commission. The commission we are having, I think now in KwaZulu-Natal, it is the 2nd commission on traditional leadership disputes and claims. I happened to work on the 1st commission. I joined them in 2013, and then I left them, but I was working with them as their specialist researcher, where I had to go and collect data regarding each claim that they have received, go to the archives and get all that information, prepare a report and present to the commission. And then the commission from there, it will inform them of the processes that they will follow. Those processes, they include calling for the public hearing between the 2 disputing parties. And then they will then write a report, which will go to the premier. And then the premier will then pronounce, because the commission only recommends over the matter, and then the premier, together with the cabinet, then will then give the final say on the matter. And then if there is, in terms of the succession, if there is someone who has to be appointed, then COGTA will then be given a mandate then to facilitate the process. So the commission that I am working in now was constituted on the 25th of August 2021 by the Provincial Executive Committee led by the then Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. That commission, or this commission, has a life of 5 years. So within these 5 years, they are receiving matters. Firstly, there are matters that they have inherited from the previous commission. So those are the old matters. Then they start working on those, and then they embark on the new matters. So the districts that we are looking at are 5. That is the Zulu Mazikane traditional community in Ugu district, Amangwane traditional community in Utukela, Amabomvu traditional community in Umzinyati, and Sokulu traditional community in King Cetshwayo. We are looking into having the in-depth interviews with the 25 participants, and then looking at the process will inform us, but we are looking into having 1 focus group discussion. So I think it's important that I share why these 5. There are a number of matters, but these were chosen according to their. There's something different about them, about each of them, and it will be important to explore those. For example, the Sokulu matter. Here, it's an issue of isiko versus the will written by I will use the word inkosi because that's how we address them. We don't use the word chief. So the traditional leader that has passed on, who left the will, and then at the same time there's an issue of isiko, the practice, what is practiced there, and the issue then which is brought up by the claimant. Again, with uku, which is Zulu Matsikane. So the issue here is about the absence of a male who is supposed to be a successor. So there are disputes around that, who is supposed to sit then. The Utukela one in Amangwane, that one, it's about isiko again versus the law, whereby a person who was supposed to take over the position had to serve a jail term. According to the Constitution, if a person has, or an inkosi who is supposed to take the seat, has a criminal record and has served for over 12 months, then that person doesn't qualify to sit. So now there is that dispute whereby the person who has served the term wants to take the position. So you look at that, isiko versus the law. Then the Umzinyati one, Amabomvu, that is an issue of, I don't know how to put that in English that will be easily understood, but it's an issue of ingeno, whereby a child who is a child from the union of ingeno is claiming the position. The union of ingeno, that is where if a person who was a traditional leader passes on, then the brother of that person takes wife from the wife of the traditional leader that passed on. So the child that comes out of that is called ingane engeno, the child of ingeno, ingane who is a product of that kind of union. Now the question is, usually it is called, if a child comes out of that union, they usually say that that child is not the child of that biological father who made him, but he is a child of the traditional leader that passed on. Because when he went and took wife to this, to the wife or to the widow of the traditional leader that passed on, it is regarded as he is in a way reviving the household of this the one who passed on. So usually the child is referred as ingane engeno. And now the issue here is that that particular child is normally, or the process when the union is solidified, there has to be some rituals which are done. Then it is solidified, then it is known that a child that comes out of that, or as a result of that union, will then have the rights to the throne. But in this case of this matter, those rituals were not performed. But knowing that the history says that ingane engeno does qualify, then the claimant comes up with that dispute. And finally, the Zululand one of Buthelezi Mpitimpiti, it's actually the issues of the houses. When you're looking at the houses of the you would find that maybe the traditional leader that passed on had about 8 or 5 or 10 wives and they all have male issues. So in this case, you find that instead of the traditional leadership position to go to the house or the legitimate house, it went to another house which is regarded by the claimant as not legitimate to take over the position. So that is like a nutshell of why these 5 matters, why these 5 districts. It could have been other districts, but I needed to kind of touch the province in a way and not concentrate, maybe let's say find 5 matters or 5 claims down in eThekwini or down in Ugu. No, we decided that, we try and touch the whole province in a way, although we have not touched all the districts. As colleagues, you know that the participants that we'll be looking at will be
Hello?
18 years and older, and they will be living in a traditional community setting under a traditional leadership. Those will be eligible for this for participation.
Sorry, Sabo. Sorry to disturb you, Sabo. That would mean your 10 minutes is up. I don't know if maybe...
May I round off?
Okay, that would be okay.
Thank you so much. So I have touched on the issue of the methodology. Of course, I'll be using the study guides. I will be having those discussions that we will have. They will be recorded. They will be transcribed and translated, and then thematic coding will be done. In terms of theoretical framework, colleagues, I must be honest here, it's been a bit of a challenge, but so really here there isn't much, and there's no, I don't have confidence in presenting that part of theoretical framework, but I would like to use both the critical theory and the conflict theory. The conflict theory really to look at the first 2 what do you call it? The first 2 objectives that I presented, and then the critical theory now will be looking at the last 3 objectives that I had. So in closing, colleagues, like any other study, this study has some limitations. There will be, of course, we anticipate that there may be resistance to participation due to the existing disputes, and also that the research is only relevant to the traditional leadership in KwaZulu-Natal. So because of that, it will not be generalized to the traditional institutions of other provinces. And it may not necessarily be applicable to all clans of KwaZulu-Natal because there is no homogeneity amongst the clans. And but it's important to indicate that the areas of commonalities will be outlined in the literature review of the study and embrace heterogeneity of traditional practices in KwaZulu-Natal. Having said that, colleagues, my apologies for being over by a couple of minutes, but thank you very much for giving me an ear. Thank you.
Are there some questions? I know it's one of those sensitive topics somehow, but also very interesting at the same time. It looks like you are heading to our doorsteps, small, because these disputes are not only in traditional institutions, they're also in families. So I'm now threatened somehow. Okay, any questions so far? Okay. Yes, Wanel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Prof, and also thank you, Sne. Also thank you, Sbo, for this powerful presentation. I think your study is very interesting, especially considering the fact that the way in which traditional leaders get appointed is totally different from how other leaders are appointed, especially within the premises of a democratic society. So for me, it will be very interesting to know in terms of the procedures that maybe you have in mind in terms of the entry into the study participants. Because if, as much as at a statutory level, the traditional leadership recognizes the involvement of women in their structures or in their system, you'll find that at a community level or at a ground level, what is happening is totally different. You'll find that the system will tend to favor men more than women. So I know that for you who is working at COGTA, maybe there is a way in which you will be able to neutralize the ground so that it becomes easy for you. But I'm asking this question in order, maybe for someone else who is willing to pursue a study within the same system. So that maybe they can have an idea of the procedures that maybe they may follow in terms of the entrance of the community. Thank you.
Any other question before we take some responses? It looks like we've got one question for you, Sbo.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much for the question, my colleague. In terms of entry, let me be, what must I say? Let me take off the hat of being a COGTA employee. And in this case, I think I even mentioned when I was introducing myself a couple of days ago that I am actually, I've been seconded to the commission because of the history that I worked for the other commission before. So when they constituted this one, then they brought me in. So I am seconded as much as I am with COGTA, but I am more with this commission for the period of the 5 years. And that is where I saw that, you know what, it's important that I do this work, because it worried me to see that, you know, instead of the matters reducing, they are increasing. We are having more and more matters coming through. But to answer your question, is my colleague, is that when you are conducting a research of this nature, you firstly get let's start at the high level. You get the permission from the department to do that. So the application goes to the HOD's office. When they grant you that, then you go and present to the House of Traditional Leaders when there's a sitting, and you don't present to. Let me say, there is, as I said, that I am working on 5 districts, that is Ugu, Tugela, and all the other 3. But I am not going to go down to those first, but I'm with the permission from the department. Then I go to the one that brings all the districts together. When they are having their meeting, they will give you a slot, then you present. They will ask their questions and all those things. And then from there, the traditional leaders will be informed, especially those who are in the districts that you selected. Then they will inform the traditional, because they are Izinduna, who we call headmen, you know, in English. So they will inform the headmen of this study and also request for their support. Then the community will be aware, and then from there, then you can go in and conduct your study. Then you would find that maybe they will then request that you come on the district level. So remember, I indicated that from the HOD's office to the provincial traditional leadership, and then you come down then to the district level, then you present to them. Then they would want to know how they can support you. And whatever they don't understand, you will have to clarify. So that is how it goes. And it's important that you don't hide anything, and then and you don't make promises that you cannot fulfill. But it's important to make sure that you come back to them and present when you have completed your study, so that they see and maybe in a way how it can inform the changes if there could be any. Thank you so much for this question.
Thank you so much. Can we give Sbo a round of applause? Let's now take the second presentation. We'll have other questions offline, Sbo.
Yes, Prof. Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. So I know it's late. I'm going to try to be very fast. So I'm looking at the interface between the use of biomedical, traditional, and complementary alternative medicine in the care of female genital schistosomiasis in KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm working, so this is my contents. Let me just, okay. So I'm part of the major study, which is called Dual Save FGS. You may ask yourself, why are we doing this? So number one, schistosomiasis is very prevalent in the tropical areas, so your South Coast and your East Coast and KZN. So the problem with FGS is that it's mixed diagnosed because the symptoms and the signs are very much similar to STIs. So you find that in clinics it is misdiagnosed as either an STI or cervical cancer. So the problem with this is that FGS is not part of the nursing curricula. So it is unknown and the nurses can't really diagnose it, as well as there's a lot of stigma around it. As we all know, anything sexually transmitted is you may seem as though you are very promiscuous, especially amongst young girls. If you look at the prevalence of FGS across the globe and in KZN, over 6 million people globally are at risk of acquiring schistosomiasis, and 56 million women in sub-Saharan Africa have FGS. And in KZN in 2013, a study that was done found that 32% of girls between the ages of 10 and 12 years old were diagnosed with FGS. So the background of my study is that the use of traditional medicine and complementary alternative treatment in low to middle income countries is a norm. And then 1/3 of the population lacks access to essential medicine. So hence why people in the rural areas will much more prefer to access traditional medicine or complementary alternative medicine. And then 43% of women in South Africa residing in rural areas are still practicing the full spectrum of traditional customs and practices with herbal remedies. When you look at the problem statement, we have two healing systems that coexist, which is namely your biomedical, where you go to your doctor in the clinic, and as well as we have the traditional medicine components. But we do not really know the referral pathways between traditional and biomedical. And there's also a lack of understanding of traditional complementary medicine in treating and managing female genital schistosomiasis. There are no studies that have been done on the matter till this day. And a study showed that 80% of South Africans use traditional complementary medicine. And when you look at the interface between the use of biomedical and traditional complementary alternatives in the management of FGS, it is not well documented. So I also want to know what is the contribution of the two healing systems in terms of managing and treating FGS, as it is unknown. So when you look at the literature, in northern Tanzania, there was a study that was done looking at the knowledge and perceptions of schistosomiasis as a whole. And in the study, the respondents reported that they opted to seek treatment through traditional healers, or they opted to rather self-treat rather than going to medical facilities due to the stigma around FGS. And a systematic review, which was done looking at the health-seeking behavior amongst people who have schisto, revealed revealed that there are 6 important themes that influence health-seeking behavior for Chisto, which is namely biomedical knowledge, perception of treatment and health services, financial considerations, symptomology, perceptions, stigma related to Chisto, as well as the local environment and community. So what is my research aim? So basically, I just want to explore the interface between the use of local, traditional, and complementary alternative medicine, as well as the biomedical healing system that is used in the treatment and management of FGS. My research question is, how does the use of traditional and complementary alternative medicines and the biomedical healing system interface in the management of FGS in the Ilembe district of KZN? So the Ilembe was chosen because of previous studies that have been done that have shown that there's a very high prevalence of Chisto in the district. My objectives are to, number 1, to explore the cultural meaning that community members and traditional healers ascribe to FGS. The second one is to explain how the local traditional healing and complementary alternative medicine systems treat and manage FGS in the study setting. And I'm also interested to understand how the cultural meanings of FGS deter or facilitate the woman's health-seeking behavior in the study setting. I also want to look at to determine the proportion of women who are at risk of acquiring FGS who will consider using biomedical medicine, traditional medicine, and complementary alternative medicine singularly or in combination for the treatment of FGS. The last objective is to analyze the factors that women at risk of acquiring FGS infections consider when deciding between biomedical and traditional health systems for healthcare. So the proposed theoretical framework for the study is the health belief model, which looks at perceived successibility, which is how women who of reproductive age in KZN perceive their risk of acquiring FGS, as well as perceived severity, which is exploring the beliefs about the seriousness of FGS and its consequences. Perceived benefits is identifying the perceived advantages of using either biomedical medicine or traditional complementary alternative medicine. And I'm also going to look at the barriers or analyzing the barriers that will deter the woman from seeking the different types of healthcare, the healthcare systems that are available to them. And I'm also going to look at the model also speaks to the cues of action, which is determining what triggers women to seek treatment, as well as self-efficacy, assessing confidence in their ability to act and seek appropriate healthcare. I also wanted just to highlight the fact that FGS is a neglected tropical disease, and because of the HIV pandemic, we all know that most of the donors normally, or rather the Department of Health, focuses more on those big issues, and then you find that the other health problems that we are facing, or rather the community is facing, are very much neglected. So my theoretical framework aligns with my study's objectives as it looks into understanding the cultural meaning of FGS, the factors that influence health-seeking behavior, and the decision-making process regarding healthcare options. So I'll be doing, my study design will be an exploratory sequential mixed methods design, where I'll start with the qualitative objectives that will then enable me to be able to then design my survey questions for my quantitative objectives. The study site, as I've mentioned, is the Ilembe, and the study population will be the community members, traditional health practitioners, as well as the women who are at risk of FGS between the ages of 18 to 49. My sample size for the qualitative aspects will be 15 to 20 in-depth interviews will be conducted until redundancy is reached. And for the quantitative objectives, with the statistician that I used, we calculated 277 women of reproductive age, and this is based on the prevalence of FGS that was on a study that was done in 2017. So for data collection, a structured interview administered questionnaire and a semi-structured interview guide will be used to conduct in-depth interviews, and then data analysis, that is for the quantitative, it will be the interview administered questionnaire, and then for the qualitative, we'll use a semi-structured interview guide. And then data analysis for the qualitative will be analyzed using inductive content analysis using in vivo software, and then the quantitative data will be cleaned and analyzed using Stata. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Do you have questions? We're inviting questions. Okay.
Just a quick question. You mentioned earlier on about an app. Is developing something on a mobile app part of your intervention?
No. So what we're doing is, let me just quickly. So what they're doing is they're developing a multispectral, highly innovative colposcope. I don't know if you guys know what a colposcope is. It's what the gynecologists use to examine women. So what they're doing is they designing one that will, that normally it's used for cervical cancer screening, but then it will be adapted and validated for FGS diagnosis. The app, I'm saying, are we using an app?
The first question is, how did you go so quick without breathing? No, I'm joking. That was amazing. The second one is, can you just say what this is and how do 10 and 12-year-olds get it?
It's okay. I don't know if you know the term bilharzia. Yes, it's bilharzia. So it is found in the water. The worms are in the water. So you get it through skin contact. So by doing your laundry, by drinking the water. So the kids normally swim in the rivers. And in the rural areas, due to the water shortages, you find that people use the water in the rivers. In the study that they did, they found that most of the rivers around the area, they have a very, very high... I'm not going to say prevalence, but there's a lot of worms in the water, if I can put it that way. And so when the kids are swimming, that's when they actually get the worm, and then, yeah. It's called ischenene in Zulu. I think you know it's when, normally it was known as a boy's disease, because when they swim in the water, they will pee. If there's blood in, they pee. But then now we've found that in women as well, women are also affected, if I can put it that way. I know people start diagnosing themselves as soon as they find out the symptoms. So if there aren't any questions, thank you for listening. I think they're answering.
We'll have other questions offline, okay?
Oh, offline.
Yes. Okay. Let's have the last presentation, please.
Hey, angisakwazi ukuphuma.
Escape.
Oh, right.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed colleagues. My name is Pelelin Ndlovu, and I'll be presenting on my systematic review, which is my first chapter for my PhD. I'm under the supervision of Dr. Kibashir from the School of Life Sciences at UKZN Westville campus, Dr. Devarshan Naidu from the Mangosuthu University of Technology, and Professor van Staden from the School of Life Sciences, UKZN PMB campus. So the title of my systematic review is Cannabis Chronicles, a systematic review of techniques used to optimize tissue culture protocols. So cannabis sativa is valued globally because of its secondary metabolites that it produces. These are in the form of phytochemicals or compounds. That is why in the recent years we've seen a shift in the cultivation practices, and we are now favoring the production of cannabis sativa plants that produce higher concentrations of these phytochemicals or compounds because they are of industrial and medicinal importance. Now, conventional cultivation of this plant is challenged. It faces several issues such as open pollination, its dioecious nature, and also heterozygosity. These are the challenge. These issues make it challenging for us to cultivate cannabis in the conventional or traditional way. Now, this prompts the interest of us using alternative means of cultivating this plant, and this can be in the form of plant tissue culture. Now, despite the early applications of plant tissue culture, we face issues such as low regeneration rates. Additionally, we have large amounts of research gaps. One would be no studies have looked at the effects of plant growth regulators on the production of these phytochemicals or compounds. Now, the aim of my review was to elucidate efficient tissue culture methods for cannabis sativa, aiming to enhance its agricultural and therapeutic potential. As we can see in figure 1, those are the industrial properties of cannabis sativa. We call this plant a multifaceted or a multifarious plant because almost every part of this plant can be used in industry. For example, the seeds can be used for hemp seed oil. They can also be used in food and feed, as well as the production of biofuels, just to name a few, as well as the flowers. The flowers contain compounds such as THC or CBD. The leaves can be used to produce chives as well as fiber, and the roots also play a role in phytoremediation. Therefore, this is a very important plant. Figure 2 shows the reported pharmacological properties of cannabis sativa. Now, it's important to bear in mind that this plant has over 400 compounds, so these are just an overview of the pharmacological potential or properties of this plant. We can say that cannabinol, which is one of the compounds, have anti-inflammatory properties, while cannabidiol, which is the most common compound, which is CBD, has antipsychotic properties, while a compound like limonene has antidepressant or anxiolytic properties. Now, for my systematic review, it was carried out in accordance to the PRISMA criteria. Figure 3 shows how I did my systematic search. For starters, we use a database search, and we used 4 different search engines that were Google Scholar, EBSCOhost, PubMed, and Scopus. Now, when we were using these data or search engines, we had keywords that we were looking for, and these keywords were looked at in the abstract as well as the title. These keywords were basically cannabis sativa and tissue culture, and also cannabis sativa and micropropagation, cannabis sativa and tissue culture optimization, cannabis sativa in vitro propagation, and cannabis sativa clonal propagation, and cannabis sativa plant growth regulators. It's also important to note that cannabis sativa has many names. Therefore, you need to consider the synonyms that are used when describing this plant. So the synonyms that I focused on were weed, marijuana, and hemp. Now, for the inclusion and exclusion criteria, that means which papers did we include or exclude from this literature review. So basically, we included papers that discussed the keywords that I had just mentioned. For time purposes, I won't repeat them now. And also, we looked at papers from December 2003 up to November 2023, right? Then we excluded articles that did not have any quantitative results, which means your literature reviews from written by other people were excluded from this paper because they don't have any quantitative results. To eliminate the risk of bias, for quality and risk of bias, we used the Quinn tool to critically assess and to eliminate the chance of being biased while selecting papers. Now, figure 4 is the flow diagram depicting article selection, the article selection process following the PRISMA guidelines. As you can see, so I just mentioned that we used 4 search engines, and these were the papers that were retrieved when I entered the keywords, right? So EBSCOhost had 8, PubMed had 40, Scopus had 58, while Google Scholar had 980. Now, for the records excluded after the initial screen of title, remember we said that we looked at the title in the abstract. Now, if those keywords were not in that title in abstract, we removed those papers. So from EBSCOhost, there was 6, PubMed 32, Scopus 49, and Google Scholar, we had 903. Then we had duplicates removed because it's possible that you will search from all these different search engines and the same paper will appear at all of these different search engines. So you need to remove it to remove the duplication. Now, the full text record sort for retrieval was 90, and the reports excluded after reading the whole paper and checking the relevance of these papers for my study was 62, and we were left with 28 papers that were included in the systematic review. Now for the results and discussion. From those 28 papers, I looked at the global distribution of cannabis sativa tissue culture in terms of research and publications, and I plotted a bar graph. So you can see here it's number of publications and the countries. So as well as I placed it in the form of a map so you can have a clear indication of how these papers are distributed. Now for the results, the United States was in lead with 7 papers, and this was followed by China, which had 4 papers, while Canada and Poland were equal and had 3 papers each. So these results highlighted that the research hubs are in China and North America, showcasing the global interest but a gap in the African representation. As you can see, there are no papers in Africa. So the dominance of the United States and China in cannabis research is linked to the progressive regularity environments, contrasting with the absence of research on cannabis tissue culture in South Africa, revealing that there are regulatory infrastructure and societal barriers. These are results and discussions continue. Table 1 provides a summary of the impact of plant growth regulators on cannabis sativa varieties and cultivars. For time purposes, I will only explain the next diagram. So from these results, we were also able to see that micropropagation emerges as a key strategy, particularly in the context of growing legal cannabis markets and the demand for high-quality biomass with consistent secondary metabolites. Now, figure 6 shows the plant growth regulators that are proven to be effective for in vitro propagation of cannabis sativa. So we see that if you use naphthalene acetic acid in combination of TDZ, it results in enhanced development of callus formation, and I will not explain the others due to time. In conclusion, we can say that this study is a pioneering effort to comprehensively explore cannabis sativa tissue culture on a global scale. To the best of our knowledge, this review stands as the first of its kind, synthesizing existing literature and shedding light on the diverse methodologies and challenges associated with in vitro cultivation of cannabis sativa. This study is one of the initial steps into cannabis sativa tissue culture research within the South African context. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Any question? Unfortunately, no papers in Africa, but we are plowing it in Africa. Outspare.
Thank you for such an interesting presentation. And I like how your dress code matches your presentation. So you have it planned. So tell me, why did you focus on cannabis sativa and not indica?
Okay, thank you for the question. I focused on cannabis sativa because we are in South Africa, which means we are in the southern hemisphere of the world. So cannabis sativa is a southern hemisphere plant, which means majority of our markets is overseas in the northern hemisphere. Because unfortunately they cannot grow cannabis sativa that side because it's too cold. So that's why I focused on sativa over indica.
Thank you. And lastly, in your review of literature, were you able to establish which techniques or method were used to analyze the actual plant, cannabis sativa, in order to identify which compounds are involved? You know, was it a GCMS or? Yeah.
Thank you. You can use GCMS. There's various types of methodologies that you can use, but for my PhD, I'll be focusing on LCMS. Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any question? It looks like everyone is tired now.
Thank you.
Can we give him a round of applause? This brings us to the end of our day, which has been a long day. And thank you so much for those who have been online and also physically here, and also thank you so much from our presenters. Thank you so much, Prof, for coming. We know that you have got a busy schedule, but you did come, so we really appreciate that. I'm sure that they learn a lot because this exercise, so this summer school is more empowering more than any. So I think that's the purpose of it. With all that said, I think, colleagues, we can safely say safe travels on your way back to where you stay, and safe travel, Prof, from here to Cape Town. And I will then say we're closing this for today. Then tomorrow, we'll also be having 2 presentation talks, isn't it? Not presentations, but we will have 2 experts to deliver 2. Okay. Thank you so much. Then, of course, also other presentations also tomorrow. And also from students also, I'm sure we've also have got presentation from students again tomorrow. So have a lively evening then. Thank you.